The job is half done, but it's only half done as we move to the second half of the group stages of FIFA e-regional qualifiers featuring Rocket League. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the day 2 of the broadcast. I'm going to be your host and caster Sahishnu, and alongside me, we have a familiar face on the desk out here, Shubhank. We saw how the boys performed yesterday,
Yes,
only dropping the games to the teams above them. But yes, today is going to be an even more crucial one if they want to stay in the top 4 and qualify to the knockout stage.
exactly. You have to retain your position in the top four to qualify to the playoffs. And according to the rules that we are following and according to the plays that we are following right now, three teams above us, we have been defeated by them, but only them. All the teams that are below us, be it New Zealand, be it Hong Kong, China, we have a clear victory up against them, and we have faced them in a manner where it's not just a victory, it was a
Yeah.
thrashing win. We dominated the entirety of the game. So, keeping all these things in mind, I am very hopeful that today's matches will come in our way again, and also the teams like Indonesia and Malaysia, we might put up a great show against them as well.
I'm really hoping for that to happen as well because, yes, rightly mentioned, Indonesian game, specifically that game one against Indonesia, it was actually a pretty close one, right? If you
Yeah,
think about it, and we could have won that one. Yes, in the second one, we kind of dropped the ball. Indonesians were looking a bit too solid on that, but it's absolutely fine. It was the pressure that was slowly mounting upon the players. But against the game of the team Malaysia, too, rightly mentioned, not that far behind. India was still pretty close, so there's only one game technically which was really out of our league, and that was the Australians. And guess what? They are the table
yes.
toppers right now. No one has managed to stop them yet. If anything, this team looks absolutely impeccable with 98 total goals scored. That is just bonkers in 8 games.
Oh man, almost 100, I would say, in 8 games, just 2 goals short. And also keeping in mind that Malaysia are not too far ahead or far behind. 93 for them as well. And then we have Indonesia with 84 goals scored, 85 for India. So as per the goals scored factor, the top four teams have a very distinct differentiation with the bottom five teams.
Yeah.
But then, if you look at the number of points, 24 for Australia, 21 for Malaysia, and then we dip down to 16 and 15 for India and Indonesia. These differences are somewhere, I would say, pretty close when you pair them up. But at the same time, Hong Kong, China, Bangladesh, and New Zealand, they are still pretty far behind us to take or maybe topple us down.
It's more or less like dissected into three different subgroups itself, right? The first one consists of Australia, Malaysia, close by to each other. Second one consists of Indonesia and India, and then comes the third one with New Zealand, Hong Kong, and Bangladesh as well into the mix. I was really surprised to see Bangladesh scoring over 70 goals, and that's the only team in the bottom four to have anything over 70. So they've been doing a pretty solid job as well, if you think about it. And we have a look at the results of what happened yesterday. India against Bangladesh. It was a clean sweep. We won both of those games. So it was a 3-0. Australians on the other side, that was an absolute destruction. But we learned from our mistakes, came back strong against Brunei Darussalam, and guess what? It was a back and forth day for us because Malaysia was able to close the game against us.
Uh, well, thing is, all these results, I just want to see them get replicated today. Because as far as the standings are concerned, 5 points lead between the fourth and the fifth place should be good enough for the qualification. And at this point, it's just the qualification that matters.
True.
These 5 points should be good. And also keeping in mind that we have not drawn a single game yet. So the results are pretty much clear. Either we are winning the game with a dominant fashion, or either we are getting dominated by the opponent team. So there is no, I would say, gray areas remaining for us of how the results will go. But also, if we can draw our games against Malaysia or Indonesia, I think single point from those games will do huge wonders.
To be honest, it's going to be the Indonesian game which I really want to look forward to as well because that is the one where the first game went for 1-0 and that too in the last minute Indonesians were able to score that
Yes.
goal. So if that could be changed, tweaked a little bit, probably in the favor of Indians, maybe they learned something from their mistakes, maybe they were able to, sit back, go for the WOD review and were able to figure out a strategy with which they can beat out the Indonesians. I'm really looking forward to it. Malaysians and Australians, it was still a bit of a domination from both of those teams. So I think so. We're a little bit far behind if we are thinking
Uh huh.
about closing out the game against them. But yes, I agree. If we are able to get a draw at least against either one of those teams and keep the result intact against the teams who are below us, things should be looking pretty fine too. Because either ways, if we're considering the knockout stages, we have to win against either of those top three teams, at least one of
Yes.
them.
And keeping in mind that the other group will be even more deadly. Like those
Yes.
table toppers are somewhere you can experiment with your playstyle maybe a little bit, maybe try to get a different air strafing things that you were able to pull off against the side of Guam and stuff. Because the thing is, when we attack against Guam, we saw so many air dribbles, somewhere passes from the wall, and then Kerwin just taking a strike from the middle. But then we faced the top three teams, and nothing of that sort was working out. So figuring out that what was going wrong in those matches might help a lot.
I think so. One of the big reasons for that was the fact that the dribbles were being contested in the top games against top three teams, right? Against Guam
Yes.
and against all the other teams who were below us, you could clearly see that they had a pathing, they had a line, they had a free space up in front of them, and then they were able to get that score in, maybe set things up for their teammate. But whenever it came down to the teams that are Australia, Malaysia, Indonesia, and I'd be pretty honest, there were certain moments, even in the game against Hong Kong, which kind of showed us the same thing where they were trying to stop and they were trying to stop giving those free spaces to the Indian boys who wanted to go for those air dribbles. Specifically, I'd have to say Abs was shut down so very well in the games against Australia, Indonesia, and Malaysia. If we really need to get some success, then that man needs to step up in those three games specifically.
Well, that is true. But now also, these are all just our speculations of what will get our the results will
Yeah.
look like. At the same time, we cannot underestimate Hong Kong, China, and New Zealand. Yes, they had a start
True.
yesterday, but also their games today will matter a lot. Since those 5 point differential that we have created against them, we have the upper hand in the head-to-head right now. Even if we get a draw or a loss against them, the head-to-head will come down to in our favor itself, since we have the more goal differential and stuff.
Yes.
But I just hope that we don't have to go that way. Winning those matches will be super crucial, because the top three matches, I'm not counting them in at this point. But the bottom five is what we are looking out for. 15 points from them, 30 points should be enough for the top four, I guess.
I mean, if you really think about it with that math, yes, exactly 30 points should be that cutoff. You would be looking pretty good and dandy out here. But at
Uh-huh.
the same time, don't really want to let things alone fall down to the luck factor as well over towards the end, because we can clearly see Bangladesh also stepping up their game, right? One or
Yes.
two good games and they might get those 31 pointers. Maybe they'd be able to topple down some of the big teams too, because I was really looking at their result yesterday and I kid you not, bro, I was actually pretty surprised seeing how well this team was actually performing against few of those top three teams as well. They were able to get a draw against Hong Kong. Indonesia, yes, that was a game where, let's just say things did not really go out in their favor. They were able to get a draw against New Zealand as well. So, if you really think about it, yeah, Bangladesh is also slowly and steadily stepping up. And considering we will be facing them in that first game, I'd have to say
Yes.
India needs to set the momentum up in that first game itself.
That is so true, especially knowing that yesterday's game was just a 1-0 victory against them. So that was a close knit battle, and Bangladesh squad was definitely pretty good in
Yeah.
defending all those last ditch efforts from our side. But now, win is all that we are craving for. You win those matches, you get a plus 3 point, and then slowly and steadily, you just cement your place in the top four, and that is all that
Yep.
matters for today. Because top four, we get to the playoffs, and in the playoffs, we'll see what will happen. But the first match for the group stages, India taking on Bangladesh. We will join into the game right after a very short break.
Well, seems like good things take time, and this is the perfect time to hop back onto the stream, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to be starting with the first game out here. India taking on Bangladesh, and we are starting on the orange side right now. Alright, that means most of the difficult matches that we're going to face will be on the blue kit. Let's hope the stat remains same, Spartans, because right now they're the ones who control the ball, and almost a chance for scoring the first one out here.
Well, it looks like a replication of yesterday's game at this point, because even yesterday there were so many goal line experiences, but not for long this time around. Kerwin finally takes a perfect attempt, and just look at that shot. Perfect boost, perfect accuracy, and Dark, he was there to block it off, but too far out for him. And Team India, we take the lead in the first minute itself, and this is what we wanted to see, and our eTigers perfectly delivered.
Absolutely, and now it's time for the side of Bangladeshis to eventually steal this one away, because if they want to make sure they qualify in the top 4, they'll have to make sure they get the win out here, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. Constant attacks coming in though, but the last line clearance from India will make sure the ball is not in our court. Sent in, out in mid, open, Dark, just a little bit forward, Abs just able to chase it down perfectly, but who was there to steal that one away? It's been a back and forth though, but no one's maintaining a proper control of the ball right now.
Is this bouncing up in the air for quite some time now? There's no proper shot attempted from either of the sides after that first goal by India. But other than that, if you see, we are trying to dribble it up. This could be a chance for AB. Is almost feeling out. A rebound which could have gone in. We barely skipped that opportunity, but Vab is there to take the shot. He's trying to assist his teammates, but Dark, he steals the ball again yet another time. But if you look at it, even yesterday's game was very similar versus Bangladesh. So many attempts in the final third, but no one was able to take a clean shot.
I mean, in that previous one, you could clearly see that Abhay was setting it up for Vav. Wanted to go for the air dribble right now. Lovely contest. Batash wanted to take this one, but the last line defense, Carmen able to steal that one away. Now sends it forward. It's going in, and this goes directly in from the other half. He shoots it in the back of the net.
Oh wow! He was just clearing up the ball, and it hit one of the defenders from Bangladesh, and its trajectory completely changed. One of those unintentional shots which led to a goal. But we'll take it every day. We lead the scoreline 2-0, and Bangladeshis, they are having a hard time against India yet again. Things we'll have to see.
It's definitely not what Bangladeshis would love to see. This is something. Their attack was actually going up pretty well for the previous one, though. But again, it has been that one anticipation of the boys in India.
Oh,
Constantly contest the ball right now. Even this one, Cabo could have gone in for that score, but lovely last net clearance. Badash looking for the demolition though, but doesn't really matter. Doesn't change anything. It's right at the edge of the goal. I thought this one could actually go in. Maybe this game could have been just a 1-goal difference, but that's not really happening right now. Another opportunity. Almost Dark having that chance, but missed out on that final shot though. Still 3 people trying to take control. Batash is the man who tries to set it up, but no one there to collect it whatsoever. And Vav will now retaliate on the other side.
oh man. Other than a perfect opportunity in the very first minute, the game has been pretty much stalemate at this point. So many dribbles around, so many passing around, but then the clearances are always on point. But the thing is, our defense has been pretty much stronger. Just look at this perfect clearance from, I think it was Curvy again. Thing is, our defensive play, I would say, has been pretty much in synchronization with each other. There is no issues whatsoever at the back line, and then with that attempt towards the goal, almost there. AB is crazy, almost scoring it home for the third one. But India, we take the possession yet again, but not for long, because this time it's an assist from Kerwin directly to AB is crazy, and another attempt, another chance, another goal scored. What a perfect set play.
I love it. Beautiful passes between both the players, right? Abs sent it all the way towards Carmen. He knew he's in no position, and Abs will actually move forward. So he just set the ball up for him to shoot in the back of the net. Lovely. On the back of it right now, Dark. Oh, almost! Cabo finally does the job that was left open by Dark. My man air dribbles the ball into perfection. Just a little nudge over to try and push away that defender. And I believe it was Abs who was beaten up in that play. Massive performance boost by Bangladesh. They can still make the comeback in this one.
Oh yes. But the thing is, this has been one of those opportunities which rarely occur because Bangladesh attack has not been that flawless by now. But by no means you can underestimate them. There is ample of time remaining on the clock. We are just in a 2-goal advantage and we are trying to get to the third one as well. AB is crazy. Wins the ball back. And now some dribble taking his time. Another touch. Could be a possibility for another attempt. Kevin almost there. Nudges it down. Goal line clearance. Dog there just doing his defensive duties.
Making sure that India doesn't see the light of that goal at that point. There we go. Karvin trying to air dribble though. Lost the boost. There's still a chance. Setting it up. Abs not really in the position to go for it. Was eventually contested. Vab now sets it up perfectly. Karvin could not really get the perfect shot on time. Wanted to go in for that, but it's going to be a chance on the other end though. Defended yet again, but guess what? The scoreline ain't gonna change, and the victory for this first game will be for India.
Very well played yet again. First game, perfect results I would say. Although we could not keep a clean sheet, but that does not matter much. 3-1 we lead the first game, and now the second game we win that, a +3 yet again, and a clean record against the Bangladesh side, and this is what we are looking out for. Just +3 points and we are good to go into the playoffs.
That's the big thing, right? You just need a few more points to make sure that you are qualified out here. And to be honest, with the way how India played against Bangladesh right now, yeah, I mean, if this continues, yesterday when we look at the exact same game for the first one, the result was 1-0, right? It was a very close-knit game. But in the second one, we actually saw the main things changing. So the first one has not really been that big of a problem for Bangladesh to deal with. It's always been those second games. And now, yeah, I think so. It becomes even more crucial for them to try and close it that much, even if it's a 1-0. But India ain't giving them any chances for that.
Let's see how this match will go at this point. Karvin holds the ball and he's holding it pretty long up in the air. Wow, for the support. There could be a possibility for a rebound attempt, and Karvin is making his way, but what a clearance there. A good shot, but Bangladesh side just stealing that ball away from us. The goal is wide open, but ABS Crazy will reach up to the side, will clear it out. But all we need to do is just put that ball back into the net. It is area open yet again, but another clearance from the Bangladeshis.
I mean, Batash eventually made a mistake out there, though, but I'd have to say that dribbling was impeccable from India. On the back of it right now. Still trying to control the ball though, but it still is in the Bangladeshi half. Nudged yet again. A set coming in. No, doesn't matter. Batash is able to clear that one away. Karvin anticipated that as well. I love the fact how it's constantly a game of anticipation between both of these teams as to what the other person is going to do. Batash, lovely air dribble. Now it's an open goal. No, absolutely not. Karvin says, I'm here. I will be the main goalkeeper out here. And as he can set it up, a double tap doesn't go in. He missed out on an opportunity though, but there's still a chance. This time Karvin wanted to create that.
Another scoreline, another pretty close-knit battle between both the teams. It's like 90 seconds already up, almost. Timer is taking its way, but Vab this time for the clearance. But no team has been able to open the scoreline as of now. But as I said, ABS Crazy takes the ball home. An assist from Vav from very far out, and just look at that. Nobody guarding that back line. Everybody was, I would say, up front trying to score for the Bangladesh side. And ABS Crazy took his time. Perfect opportunity for him. And India, we lead the goal yet again.
Big one. Now Bangladeshis are in trouble. That trouble is going to increase even further. Another consecutive goal coming in. Badash, not the perfect touch. Wab was right underneath his feet and was able to nudge it in the perfect direction. That is a mistake that Bangladeshis will regret.
So, now, the thing is, we were in cruise control the entirety of the previous game. This time around, within 2 minutes, we have taken 2 goals. Although the first 90 seconds were very dry and just hopeful, but the next 30 just came our way, and now we have a perfect scoreline in our favor. 2-0 should be good enough. The India-Bangladesh match has always been a very close-knit scoreline battle, so there are no crazy humongous number of goals.
Badass.
But this time around, Bangladesh onto the attack, could not take it home.
Yeah, they wanted to try for that, but right now Dark doesn't really have any kind of boost whatsoever. Just used up the last bit of it as well. On the other side, Badass still trying to get that opportunity. But that demolition will make sure that there's no threat whatsoever. Dark answers back by taking down halves. But apart from that, there's nothing else. It's constant back and forth coming in the defense of India as they still do not let Bangladesh take any single shot right now to the open in the air. Cabo sending it all the way through. He's got to collect the boost as quickly as possible right now, but it's a demolition from both the players to each other. Still a back and forth.
Yeah, the ball is completely up in the air. A good opportunity there, but AB as crazy he surely is. Good clearance yet again, and Bangladesh should just try another attempt, but Vav is there on the back line. Cleared up from Carvin, and now onto the counter attack. Could be a possibility, but nah. Cabo steals the ball up in the air. This time, Bangladesh are looking good on the attacking side. The thing is, our defense line has been pretty much stronger.
And that's the big thing, right? The attack could be as good as it is, but until and unless they can penetrate that defense, that's the big problem. Not really happening, and India is super ready for that counter. And look at that, the goal, as you saw, it could have been open. There's still Abzu standing there. Not for long, though! The goal line clearance from Bab is impeccable. And on the back of it now, they can eventually go in for a counter too. No boost available for Ab, so it's going to be stolen away by Cabo. Sends it through, but not for long, as there's still contest, back and forth. One of the big things that I've noticed is the fact, squatters, that Bangladesh are not setting up their teammates for those goals. And that is one of the big reasons they're losing out in that attack.
Well, I think they are doing a decent job at setting up at least a strike towards the goal. But whenever they take a strike, there is someone called Vav or ABS Crazy who just nudges the ball away. Like, even in this regard, this is something you can't do much about. You always try to set it up, there is Vav on the goal line clearance, he always steals the ball away from you, and then you are just there as a spectator. So again, just look at Vav on the back line, jumps, takes the clearance. The read of the game is what I'm talking about, that it is phenomenal from our players.
Badass, nice clearance as well. That could have been the third one. Make it 2 from Cabo. Make it 3 from Dark. Everyone is doing their own job to stop the ball from going in the back of the net though, but they can't really replicate anything on the attack as India does the exact same thing on the defense. And I agree. It has fallen down to the read of the game, and that read of India has been impeccable. That they close out both the games with a 2-0 scoreline. Nothing's going to change any of that. Maybe one goal, maybe this one consolation for Bangladesh. But it's not going to stay in for long, or will it? we don't want to end the game ourselves. We want the third one.
Yeah, just making the ball in the air. If you want, we can just nudge it down, close the scoreline, but nah, our boys are having fun. But finally, take it home. 2-0 in the second leg as well. A perfect victory from our eTigers. A perfect way to start things off. A plus 3-point advantage yet again. And a clean record against Bangladesh. A perfect way to start everything possible in the FIFA regional qualifiers.
Technically, if you think about it, it's a 4-0 against Bangladesh for India. 2 games yesterday, 2 games today. All of them super clean. And you could clearly see it was a lot better defense coming in from our side as you compare it with what we showed yesterday. Yes, in terms of the goals in second game, it was not 4-0, but it's totally fine. Bangladeshis themselves were also doing a pretty good job in terms of clearing the ball from the goal line. So I really love the fact how they were being very competitive as well in this one. And if they keep up this performance, I don't know, man. Maybe they can also win against New Zealand and Hong Kong.
But the thing is, even if you win against those sides, the scoreline doesn't matter much because you are dropping points in those matches which are crucial for you. It is all about being in the top 4, and with this plus 3 in our name, we are on to 18 points. And for other teams to get towards that 18 points, it will require a lot more of hard work. And by look of things, it is very much unlikely for so many of these teams. So it is like, I would say, percentage wise, 80% of the job is done. And from here on, I don't think we need to look back.
I agree. At this point, yeah, there's not a lot of things that we need to do apart from just keeping a clean record against the teams that we won yesterday against. So Hong Kong, New Zealand, Brunei, Darussalam, Guam. I'll be brutally honest, man. Brunei, Darussalam and Guam are the 2 teams which I feel pretty sad about because yeah they're just not being able to close out the games. They've been thrashed every single time, and guess what? There's one team that's been thrashing every other team in this entire group equally, and that has been Australia, who we will face, ladies and gentlemen, after the short break. Don't go anywhere. What you want is something that you have to become. You've got to become the victory itself if you want to steal away that one from Australia, ladies and gentlemen. As India will move forward in their second game, but Banana Head decides to peel off their skin and their hopes by scoring the first one instantly. Shubhang, this is looking dire
Oh
again.
my. 11 seconds into the game and we already conceded the first, and Banana, this guy was a nightmare yesterday, is beginning things off in a similar fashion again. Australians, they are a brute force looking to score or just outscore their opponents every now and then. 98 goals were scored by them in the 8 matches they have played at the start of the day. And by look of things, they might even end up scoring 200 by the group stages end, because this team is looking just unstoppable. Torsos, Banana Head doing up yet again. Perfect assist, no issues whatsoever. Another nudge to the back of the ball. 32 seconds into the game. 2 goals. 16 seconds per goal is what they're averaging in.
I'm pretty sure you're probably an engineering student considering your math ranking is so pretty good right now. On the other end, the math is insanely good for India as well. Hold on for a second. Alright, we know our kickoff is strong, but this is an absolute disaster for Australia. Wanted to go in for a bit of a clearance though, but that ball went back to Abs. He set it up and eventually Carmen was able to score out for the second one. So the game is not yet over, I believe.
I hope so. It is still a lot of time remaining in the game, so all we need to do is just focus on the defense first. And Fever, what a clearance there. ABS Crazy was looking pretty good. But now again, the ball is just bouncing around the area. Clearance, almost there. Good chances, but good hold to the wall by our eTiger. And now we are running ahead. Carmine is there to set up the ball, but Fever, he steals it away. And now the ball is completely in Australia's control, whereas Banana dribbling up in the air onto the sidelines, and Fever, he takes a powerful strike. Third one for the Kangaroos.
Beautiful. That clearance wasn't really the perfect, so it was eventually set up perfectly for Fever to score at the front of the net. So Australians are not really the team which tries to bow down whatsoever. Demolition coming in by Wav. So it should be a pretty simple, smooth clearance though. Abs eventually will control the ball. No problems whatsoever out here. He's going to make sure to try and push it a little bit ahead. Torsos ready to receive the ball. Sets it up yet again. As Banana Head wanted to go in for a double tap. Could not really shoot it at the perfect angle, so it was eventually stolen away. Fever is going to try and collect it. He will set things up for Banana yet again, who is right in the center. Will try to bounce it back one more time. It's an open goal. And Torsos will be able to go for the score. Another beautiful attack by the Aussies.
Man, these guys are brilliant at this game. The level of coordination, the synergic level, the vision that they have to where to control the ball, where to pass it around, where our third man will strike the ball. It is so well orchestrated.
Yeah.
Just look at this. Again, on the edge of it, could have been the fifth one there. And our eTigers, it is just a learning experience for our side at this point. Because these players are built different. The way they are controlling the entirety of the pitch, it is beautiful.
To be honest, if you really want to win the game against the Aussies, it's going to take a next level approach from you. And that basically means you've got to rely on each of your teammates so very well, like they're the arms and legs of the exact same body. That's the kind of coordination you need right now, because look at that. This is actually pretty good. Trying to go in for that steal, while at the same time there was one to try and steal it away, but the third layering to that is for you to collect the ball and clear it properly. Wab needed to clear that one, but Banana Head eventually stole it away and then just slightly nudged it back in, as none of the other players were in the position to go for the contest. There's the fifth one coming in for the Aussies right now.
And keeping in mind that they are playing at a disadvantageous ping, I would say. 100 plus MS is what we were looking at yesterday. 94 was the minimum one of their players were getting. So all these things, all this coordination plays and stuff are being done on a very high latency thing. And despite all this, they are able to perform this brilliant dribbles. It is so beautiful. This is so well skilled play from them. and still keeping the ball for so many seconds in their area. And eTigers, we are just hoping that the ball does not go in, but okay, wow, this time he takes a shot, an unintentional one though. The ball just drags it away and torso. He was not able to clear it out. Wow, getting the second one on the board, but the thing is, these are just consolation goals for us. Australians, they still have a +3 advantage in the game.
Absolutely. The only thing is that, yes, Indians are eventually going in for some of those scores, all thanks to those clearances which we've been going for. It's absolutely fine. It's always about that first touch and how well can you control the ball up in the air itself. You can clearly see, look at Torsos now. He's going to make sure to try and keep the ball with him, but eventually it was stolen away. Still going to be taken back in. A bounce on top, and guess what? Banana Head is there to score as the clearance was just not there. And it's a cakewalk for Aussies.
Well, a game which we kind of thought the way it will end, it is going definitely that way. Australians, man, these guys are brilliant even here. But hey, this team is the table topper. A match where you know what the result could look like. But we are giving them a very tough fight because Carvin, out of nowhere, just look at the reaction there. And he was like, huh? Did I just score that?
How did that go in? It was indeed a crazy one. It was legitimately a crazy one. One of the big reasons for that was there was a demolition on the person who was trying to save the goal out there, and that was the reason why it actually went in. Alright, I mean, Indians are also getting some of those goals. I'm absolutely fine with that. It's entertaining.
Well, till the time the scoreline is keep on increasing in our favor, that is fine. But as I say, Banana Head and Fever, they duo up yet again, and just look at that perfect assist. Fever touches is down, and then Banana Head running straight line, no issues. 7 for them. The thing is, 10 goals have been scored in this matchup, and there is still 1 minute remaining.
6 extra seconds as well after that, because we know what both of these teams are capable of in just 5 to 6 seconds. Lovely save from Abs, but I don't think so it's going to work out for long, right? Because Australians are ruthless when they attack, and they have been going in for those constant attacks. But guess what? As soon as I say that, there's an opportunity for the ball to directly go in. All right, you know what? I'm going to give a brownie points out here for India. Whatever clearance they're trying for, it's always landing in the back of the net.
Well, I just hope they actually do it more often now, since it is giving us the goals that we need at this point. But hey, 30 seconds remaining, and Australians, they still have the big advantage, but a good fight shown by our lads. And that is a big thing. We are able to score more of such goals that we were lacking yesterday.
Yeah, and some of the coordination plays also coming into the mix as well, so I kind of like that. As of now, Torsos able to tackle this one more time. We'll be able to steal that away. Just 5 more seconds right now. All India needs to do is not concede another one, so that the 8th is not on the board. But guess what? Now for as long as the ball remains in air, it's going to be a problem. But finally, it's a touchdown, and Australia 7, India 3.
Oh, wow. I was just waiting for this result here.
128.
Look at the ping. 128 highest, and then 108 is the lowest. So you can see the disparity that they are running in. So that makes sure that ping is not a big differentiating factor when it comes to skill gap, because with this high of an average response time, if a team is able to score 98 goals in 8 games, it speaks volumes of what these 3 players are capable of.
That number has already hit a ton. And the best, or rather the craziest part about all of that was the fact that it's coming down to the point where we still have not reached towards 10 games, and they've already crossed the 100 goal marker. That's more than 10 goals in every single game. That means in every single match they're playing, they're scoring at least 5. And that speaks volumes at this point for the Australian lineup. At this ping, yeah, man, they deserve to be on top of the table.
And class performance from them, I would say. Like, this record is humongous. Although there are definitely teams like Indonesia, Malaysia, we are not far behind. Like 93 to 85 goals is what we had at the start of the day in the 8 matches. So we are also pretty much closer. But the fact is that Australians are doing it without getting a loss in any of the games. Undefeated run till now. And even in the second matchup, things opened up, but AB is crazy. Straight from the kickoff. Drags the ball down. Carvin
Nice.
somehow chips it up and it just goes in back of the net.
To be honest, I think so. Carvin was going in for a fake there for a second out. It kind of seemed that he would be taking that shot, but yeah, it could have been a miss as well. But Abs capitalizing on the back of that was impeccable. Instantly opening things up though, but we've got to stop the attack of the Aussies, man. That has been the main problem. That's something which, okay, we haven't really been able to deal with. Banana Head able to clear it at the very last line, and now controls the ball, tries to move it around, tries to go for the pass as well, but Vav is there for the clear as Carvin now wants to collect that. Abs ready to set it up too, but small nudge, and eventually the ball is lost.
But I think this is the longest time we have kept a clean sheet against the Australians. I'm just looking at that bat because it is about to be a minute and we have not conceded any. Positive signs in the making, I would say, Skid, because this is what we wanted to see. Yeah, that is very true. Second game buff. We are always a better team when it comes to second legs, I guess. And now, if we can keep the scoreline for at least 3 more minutes, I think we are doing a fantabulous job.
3-4 minutes. The game will end in 4 minutes.
Exactly the point.
Alright, you know what? I'm gonna give it to that right now, but Aussies finally, they're looking like the better team out here, almost clearing this one out. A lovely set coming in, but the ball does not go in the back of the net right. Oh, Carvin, he's still trying to control it. Lovely pass to coming out in the mid. Lovely chip by Torsos, making sure that nothing dangerous brews up for the side in blue. It's been looking a bit more aggressive from both of these ends right now. It falls down to how well can you manage your boost at this point. And guess what? Banana Head has the maximum amount of it.
2 minutes already up. Australians are still yet to find a goal in this game. That is pretty crazy to think about. A team scoring a ton already into the group stages. It's crazy to witness them.
I'm believing. Almost Abs. He's trying to just chip this one away as well. Torsos out on the other end. Can eventually set it up for his team though, but still it's going to be nudged all the way back. Right now it's open. Lovely chip coming in from Carvin, making sure that nothing dangerous brews up. And now there's a counter chance coming in for India. Eventually stopped, taken away. Air dribble, no chance. It's going to be sent back. Fever is there to try and receive it. Abs cannot really take it. Will have to move all the way back. Leaves it for Carvin. All 3 of the boys in blue out here back defending. But we've got to cut off those passing lines as well.
Good steal from Vab there. Just held the ball a little longer till the time Carvin can come into the play on the goal line for the clearance. A good read and calling going on between the players. They are able to hold it for a very long time, and Vab will come to the rescue yet again. And this time around, it is Carvin looking at the goal, and he will save it with the help of Vab. 3 minutes into the game, we have kept a clean sheet till now, and we will not keep it for long. Oh man, finally the Aussie strike. Good defensive structure from our eTigers, but this could have been cleared again. But oh man, Carvin, little late, I would say. Microseconds he could have cleared the ball. He had the perfect read though. Just milliseconds is what he could not anticipate.
An absolute fantastic 3-minute game from India. Can they keep that up for the next 2 minutes as well? That's going to be the big question. Maybe they can try and go in for another score out here. Demolition coming in. Banana Head was able to take down one, but on the back of it, Fever right now controlling the ball. Not for long. Will eventually lose it. Still tries to go for the retake. Wow, shoots it in, and this could have been another one. But just goes a little bit wide. Not inside the net. And on the back of it now, you've got to stop that counter from brewing up as Fever takes this one instantly as it was stopped in for the first one. Full boost out here for Abs, so he can definitely take this one on the defense right. On the other head, Banana Head now goes in for the air dribble. This could be dangerous. This could be deadly. And this will be stolen away at the very last second by Valve.
Oh man, this is looking like one of those games where you don't know what the result will look like. 60 seconds remaining on the clock. Last 1 minute for the strike. Can we hit the ball in the orange area? We are dribbling it around the region. There could be a possibility, but Fever clears it out. ABS crazy. Carvin keeps the possession. A nudge, line, drag. Nah, man. Another clearance. Chance. Ah, Torsos. Chips it away and the ball is going in. Oh, the framework saves us.
Yeah, the man decided to go for a front flip in that moment to try and hit it from the back of the vehicle, but it did not go in. Wasn't really the perfect out here, but guess what? This could be the very first draw for the Aussies. As soon as I say it, it stopped at the very last second yet again. A demo coming in from Abs on Banana Head. That means an opening for India. Not for long as he respawns, instantly clearing it away on the other side. 15 more seconds for the game. Still out in the open. Still could be anyone's game out here. Torsos tried to control it. He wanted to set it up. 5 more seconds as there's an open goal on the other end. Carwin is there. He can set it up. But Abs just got to control the ball right now as the Aussies are retaliating.
Overtime, the ball hit the ground. We have forced an overtime against the mighty Aussies now. This is an incredible performance from our eTigers, and Vav steals the ball. ABS crazy, nudges it up in the air. Oh man, Torso for the clearance. Could have been a knockdown.
Oh my god, I could clearly hear the hate in your voice at that point as to why did he clear that one, but it's absolutely fine. Lovely clearance from Vav. Position was not really great for Abs at that point. So it's absolutely fine as Torsos tries to nudge it in. Abs eventually goes in for the clear as well. Good communication from the boys. Vav needs to stop that one from growing up and will be able to go in for another save, but a ruthless attack being set up yet again. Torsos, and he sends it.
Good
And
clearance.
a goal line clearance from Carwin.
Oh. I don't think I've seen a better performance from our eTigers in the entire tournament till date. We have played 9 matches and this game is the best of all of them. What a fantabulous performance. It is already 1 minute up. But now it's not going in. Vav is there. He is not letting anything past him. And now it's a matter of who gives up first. Because both the teams are trying really hard, but the ball is just not landing in the back of the net.
Oh my god, man, it's the ruthless Aussie attack taking on the unbounded Indian defense. And this is just impeccable. And as soon as I say it, another clearance by Abs now. 2 of the players were in the goal. Banana setting it one more time up for the teammate, but no one there to capitalize on the back of it as Fever re-clears it. It's going to be taken control of for now by the boys. Abs is going to drive around though, but again an air contest coming in 50-50. This time goes in for Wab. Now there's an opportunity. Maybe they can clear, but still in the half it's going to be sent all the way up. The goal is coming for Aussies. You can see it. But it's just falling down to the fact as to how long can Indians defend.
And overtime has extended to over 2 minutes. When was the last time we saw something like this? Oh, this is brilliant stuff from both the teams.
Fever, right?
Torso.
Stealing it away. This is a chance.
Almost.
This could be the chance. And that is the game for Aussies. An overtime. 2 minutes. 9 seconds into the overtime. And that's when the Aussies find their second goal in this second leg. My goodness.
Brilliant play from our eTigers, man. Held the ball for so long. The first 180 seconds clean sheet into the game. Australia did strike in the second minute, but then after that, a complete flawless defensive structure. Both the teams played really, really well, but in the end, in the overtime, the golden goal rule applied and Australians. It took them more than 2 minutes to find a goal, even in the overtime. That's how strong our defense was, and this is something I have, loving to see it.
If anything, this should give the confidence to the boys now that
Yes.
it's not just the Aussies that we can win against. It's also Malaysia, it's also Indonesia. All of these teams who will be playing up from now on, yeah, this seems like doable. And it's not like the Aussies were not doing good. Man, you could see those attacks brew up. You could see them constantly trying to go for the goals. But the defense was absolutely maddening.
Vav, Kawine, the way they were holding that back line, then ABS crazy. He was just jumping around, stealing the ball on the sidelines, doing everything possible. And in the meanwhile, we have created so many of our chances as well, where we were hitting the framework, the last ditch defense from Torsos. All those things combined, it was a fantabulous performance.
Yes.
Things could have gone in our favor, and if that happened, we could have stolen 1 point from the Australian side. But that was not the case. Australians are still undefeated. 8 matches played and they were undefeated yesterday. Today, I think their results have been favorable as well. All in all, the table toppers will claim their first position, whereas we drop few points which were kind of expected from our side.
That's the main thing, right? Yeah, and I really wish we could have won that one, right? This could have been that one extra point, which
Uh-huh.
would have given a lot of confidence to the boys and would have eventually stopped that clean sheet of Australia, which they're carrying right now. But it's absolutely fine. Even now, they're the top team, so if we're able to perform like that against the top ones, yes, I mean, at this point, I'm not even worried about the qualification in the top four. Now I want to see how well can we be seeded into the knockout. Can we
Yes.
be put on that second position? Can we try and steal it away from Malaysia? It's a bit too far-fetched idea, but to be honest, now I'm hopeful.
And it is possible. The way we have defended against that attack, the way we are attacking in the other games, we scored 3 goals against Australia in the first match itself. Things look pretty good. But now with the overall standings in front of our eyes, 10 matches have been played by the top 6 teams. And if you look at the difference after the first 10 matches, we still have a +5 advantage. And above us is Indonesia with a +2, and then Malaysia and Australia with 25 and 30 points respectively. So it is again the similar thing. The top 2 are in their own league, the 3rd and 4th in their own, and then the bottom 5.
One of the big things I've noticed about the Australians is the fact it's not just the goals scored that they have above 119, right? It's also the goal difference. So that clearly shows you that as much as they love scoring the goals, their defense has been on point and they have to, make sure that this keeps up right now. And to be honest, I think so Brunei Darussalam can also take a page off of their book, ladies and gentlemen, because this team has been struggling with the goal difference of almost -180. What's going to happen in the next one? We will find that out after the short break.
The next match for the day after a close-knit battle against the Aussies, we face Brunei Darussalam in the FIFA E regional qualifiers. We are in the top 4 by a quite bit of margin, and adding a plus 3 point from this match will cement our position for the playoffs as well. Let's see how our eTigers will perform, and by the look of things, we have already taken one goal advantage, and by I said one, it took them less than 5 seconds to get another one on the board.
It's just going to be the exact same thing, exact same story that we saw yesterday. Because even right now, Brunei, Darussalam, they're kind of facing the exact same things, right? And to be honest, for everyone out there, there's been a slight change out in the entire lineup. Carvin is going to sit back for this one while Jayanth has joined in. So it's going to be fun to see how this man performs out here. And you can also see the boys, they're just having a fun time. And it's highly possible that even in the next one, or rather in the game against Guam, we're probably going to see someone else sit out as well to try and give the boys a little bit more of a breather, because that Aussie game was so absolutely nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it led to overtime, and that too with 2 minutes 9 seconds overall. Pretty long-lasting game, but also since we have a roster of 6 players, I think everyone will sub in quite now and then, since our qualification is almost confirmed at this point. We have a quite big of margin between the 4th and the 5th slot. But now, if you look at the way we are playing this match, it looks like pretty easy game. It's not even 1 minute into the match and we have already scored 4.
I mean, wasn't that the exact same story yesterday as well?
Yep.
For 4 games specifically. 2 against Brunei, Darussalam, and 2 against Guam. So I already prepared myself mentally that this is exactly what's going to happen right now too. The only thing is that now Jayanth is technically stat farming as well, because that man has already scored a couple of goals for himself. And guess what? He's also getting some of those assists as well on point with that one. As was just able to shoot this one in, and the ball rebounded back to him, so he was able to score another one. And that again shows you this man is experienced, he's played on multiple big stages as well, so it's going to be understandable that we will have a lot more dominating performances out here.
For sure, man. But also keeping in mind that at this point, before this game, we saw this leaderboards and every team played 10 matches, and it was only India who was somewhere around 5 to 6 goals lower than the 100 goals marker. I think this is the game where we surpass that 100 goal line as well for ourselves and maybe get to a huge number, toppling down the table toppers with at least the goals scored are considered.
Fair. Highly possible, because again, both of our main games are remaining against the teams who concede a lot. That's what I'd say simply. Lovely clearance from Abs. Look, we almost tried to put that one in as well. I don't think so defense is going to be any problem at this point, because we know the defense that we know a good defense when we see one, and we saw that in the previous game itself. So that was clean cut, fair. Another one almost being scored. Sword was able to actually stop this one from going in, so that's actually pretty nice coming in from Brunei.
Wow, again, just look at them. It's just a practice goal fetch for these guys, and at this point I'm not sure what Brunei are trying to pull from here, since even if you look at the play, both the defenders were stuck together at the same point. So, man, the first game, yes, it was nervy for them, but at the same time, the second day of the group stages, the improvement that we were hoping for, that we will see from Brunei's side, is still to be found.
That's the big point which you rightly mentioned right now. There's not really been a lot of changes in terms of what was happening previously, and all those problems, all those mistakes which they were making, it's still continuing even now. Lovely set. Oh my god, look, he was able to save that one. And now he wanted to go in to try and maybe make a play. No boost for the man, so can't really go for any further chase of the ball. So it is going to be the ball controlled by India. Lovely pass coming in. 1-2 back passes. Out in the open. No one to capitalize on the back of it. So we'll still try to keep it on the other part of the map. He wanted to hit that one. Abs setting things up for his own self almost. That could have been nice, but alright. Jayanth missed the first one, but Wab was there to try and capitalize on that.
Look at that rebound. It's like off the frame as well, but straight in the feet of, or rather in the tires of Vav there.
Titans of
Like
Valve is actually
he's just standing there waiting for the rebound. Yeah, I'm here. He's basically doing nothing and waiting for the ball to come his way. And has been perfect till now. 2 minutes still remains. We are still eyeing out for the big scoreline that we created yesterday. And by look of things, it is very much easy from our end.
yeah.
The ninth one already scored. We are farming goals after goals. No issues whatsoever. Although this was a pretty sublime touch from his side. The way he controlled the ball. Yeah. Easy for the eTigers.
Has been pretty. I'd have to agree. Not a lot of problems and whatsoever. All those scores coming in without any major problems. Normally, if you really think about it, right, it's going to be double digits right now soon. 3 players trying to defend, and AZF was able to do it for a second, but now since all 3 of them committed to just one shot, there was no one to actually take control of the ball that rebounded or even try to stop the second one. Looking was way farther inside the goal than the ball was, so that wasn't coming through.
I just want to ask you one thing. How many goals do you think we will score? 90 seconds are still there at this point. We scored already the 11th one by the time I asked the question. So we are averaging out somewhere, I think, 15, less than 15 seconds at this point for each goal. 11 already done.
I'm not answering that question now. I'm pretty sure that if there's any number I'm going to say, it's gonna change. I just kind of want to see one opener from the side of Brunei Darussalam. That is the thing. Will we see that one, or is it going to be a clean scoreline for it?
I don't think so. I really don't think so. Because to score one, you have to take the control, and the way eTigers are playing, they are not giving up the control at all. It's
That
just
is true.
in our possession for majority of the time, and every possession is leading to another goal. So, yeah, one of those games where Brunei yet again having a really, really rough time.
It's a rinse and repeat for the boys now. And to be honest, that's exactly what's going to happen even in the next game, I believe, because yeah, it's been a constant domination. There's the lack of coordination in Brunei's side as well, so they are struggling. Aren't really able to keep up with the boost as well. Haven't really been able to utilize their resources perfectly. There's a lot of small issues which are now compounding in these games, and to be honest, when you're being scored double digits in almost every single game, that hits your confidence massively.
That is so true. Because at the end, this game is more about confidence and coordination. And if you keep on conceding goals after goals, those things just go out of the picture. And that has been the case for Brunei and as well as Guam. Both these nations are having a really hard time here. And on top of it all, none of the other nations have been merciful to them. They are like, yeah, ruthless goals. Crazy game one for our boys. And something that we expected as well. Yesterday was a similar score line. We scored somewhere around 18 goals as well in one of those games. So, yeah, the boys were having fun.
Yep.
Just racking up goals after goals. And I'm just looking at the ping. Brunei, they have a better server than us. 40 ms from their end, and while we were on a higher number of ping. So yeah, that ping does not matter much when it comes to the skill gap between both the nations at this point, since Brunei really struggling, and not just holding the ball out, but also a number of chances created was they were lacking.
Everything at this point. It just falls down to the fact that they were just not able to control the game at all. Even in a single moment, we could clearly see that it was a full-fledged Indian domination. And that has been the storyline with every single team that has been playing against Brunei Darussalam. So it seems like it's Brunei who now really needs to, you could say, change things up maybe. I don't know if it's just about the lineup itself or if it's down to the fundamentals of the players, right? Because normally, few of the basics of this game are the fact that you've got to hit the ball straight. You've got to face the ball in most of the times, and we're not really seeing that stuff happen from the side of Brunei.
That is true, and that may be some lack of coordination and practice from individuals, but this time around, against the run of play, 11 seconds for them. Orjan Guze, he scores the first one, finally breaking the deadlock for the Brunei's team. Good shot, good clearance, or rather a good assist from the sidelines. Brunei at least getting one back.
I'm just going to call him Jayanth at this point. I have absolutely no clue how to pronounce that one. I've got 3 pronunciations in my mind and I don't really want to butcher it for the man out here. Abs though on the other side. Just able to score an easy one. So, no problem whatsoever. Pretty solid start coming in for India as well. 14 seconds, 7 seconds per goal. So, they're going to start in the exact same hot shot form they left the previous one in.
Oh yeah. Man, I'm not sure what to make up of this match at this point. And Brunei, if you look at the overall standing, how many goals have they conceded? And I think it is getting more than 100, I believe, at this point. It is. Yeah. That is what I was thinking. Like, it could be even bigger than that. Because the way the games are going from Brunei, it is something that they don't want to remember.
The total goals that Australia have conceded in 10 games, or rather in 10 matches, that means 20 games, have been conceded by Brunei in every single game.
Wow. That's a crazy fact.
All of these goals.
Wow.
Perfect one right from the sidelines. They saw the opportunity.
Solo dribble, by the way.
My question is, I kind of wanted to figure out what was Saw trying to do there. He was driving in reverse. So obviously you're not going to reach the ball like that. A lot of things that need to be considered out here, but again, it's India who are in the lead.
We are just habitual of this bigger scorelines at this point, I would say. Pretty much easy from our boys. Although the scoreline is pretty much smaller as compared to last match, and I'm happy about that. Since it's been like 15, 16 goals on an average scored against these nations. But at this point, we are just trying to solo dribble past a lot of time. And AB is crazy. He was successful in one of those attempts. Can he do it one more time? And the answer is yes to that. Another goal scored. 4th one now.
They can keep on counting. And I think so it's actually pretty good for Jayanth's confidence as well. The man is joined in for the first time out here in the FIFAe World Cup regional qualifiers. So it's good. This game is actually going to give him a decent amount of confidence. And I think so that's what really matters in the gaming industry itself, in every esports. It's the confidence that matters rather than everything else, because your mechanical skills are on par just like the other person. It's just how well can you mentally prepare yourself for the game.
Yes,
So I really
keeping
like
the composure.
I like how they're actually making sure that even the stand-in players are actually getting some play time, so that even they feel confident in the time.
And this is perfect approach, I would say. Because even, you know, when the tournament is bigger, when you are going to face bigger teams, having players that can perform, be it at the substitute level, is so important for our squad depth. And definitely giving the play time will ensure that But at this point, some latency variation, and in the meanwhile, we get this goal scored as well. Player just looking to score one after the another and just farming the number of goals that can be scored per match.
It's an absolute insane performance from India. 6 goals out here, 2.5 minutes into the game. Only half of the game remains, so if you really think about the average, yes, it's pretty less as compared to the previous ones, but it's the result that matters right now, and we have the exact same result. We clearly see that happening as well. I kind of want to see some coordinated plays by all the players too, side by side. You know, maybe just like how we were seeing it from the Australian side, I want to see some of those plays by India.
Let's see. Because I think to even make those plays, you need certain type of, I would say, opponent to make sure that you try to attempt those type of coordinated plays, try to assist, try to pass. Because when the opponent is just giving you free away goals, when the scoreline is completely open in front of you, I don't think there is much need for anything else. Because a rebound directly in front of your face and Vav just driving in front, no retaliation whatsoever, just taking the ball home. All these things are just way too easy, and to do something different, you need a better opponent in front of you.
I kind of agree. Just a rinse and repeat right now. 9 goals already scored, and we're just under the 2-minute mark as well. After this one, here's the thing. It's going to be another big team for India. We've got to try and focus on that game as well. Maybe in this one, we gain some confidence back up, and then for the Malaysian game, you try and fully focus down. I really like with the way how the schedule was for India specifically, because there's one pretty difficult game and then a fairly easy game.
It's like perfect alternate. One game you have to be completely focused in, you have to fight for your life. The other game you can sit back, relax, have some popcorn chips on your side and have fun. So the structure is pretty nice. Just look at this. 10 goals already in. At the start of the game I was like, yeah, we are taking it slow, we are not scoring as much goals as the previous game, and yeah, it has changed.
I kind of want to see, let's just say, you know, maybe them getting a little bit more easy going against Brunei, Darussalam. Like, let's be honest, that team has been conceding 10 goals in every single game at this point. And it's the second day where they're being, you know, faced with the exact same absurdity. Maybe I kind of wanted us to, you know, show a little bit of an empathy out there and maybe slow down in that approach a little bit. But then at the same time, it's a competitive game out here.
Yes.
You don't really want to go easy against your opponent regardless of how difficult it is getting for them. And Brunei themselves would not really want any other team to actually go easy on them. Otherwise, they'd have no learning curve for themselves.
That is so true, because at this point, for majority of the nations, it is a learning curve. When we face Australia, we have the same learning curve in front of us. And the best thing about that is we improved from our performances. We faced Australia, they got a thrashing victory against us yesterday, and today we pushed them to an overtime. Yeah. So that's an achievement by itself, that you are getting better against the mighty opponents of your group. And the same thing, I just want to see in the side of Brunei too. But finally, he gets the one by the time I say it. I think that was needed.
It was a clearance.
That's a perspective.
Wow.
I would say that was a shot from long range.
Wow. Alright, you know what? I'm going to give you that. Alright, fair. That was actually a pretty nice shot from AZF out there. Able to score that first one. And to be honest, that's actually pretty decent. If you're able to score that one, then that's fine. Things are looking decent. At least it's not a 0.
That's true. At least you are able to get one back after how many goals they have already conceded. So you have to just make sure that you can repeat those feats again. But yeah, long range efforts doesn't go in. You have to get closer to the net. Just like ABS crazy. 12th one on the board, 10 seconds still remaining. And pretty easy matchup here yet again. And maybe just practicing for the next one.
Yeah. And as of now, it's 10 more seconds onto the clock remains. 12-1. Abhay has been doing a pretty fantastic job as well, if you really think about it. It's going to be ending in as soon as the ball touches down the floor, ladies and gentlemen. And that's going to happen right now. So it's India 12. Brunei Darussalam 1 for the second one. So again, if you overall look at the scoreline, 15 in the first one, 12 in the second, that's 27 goals scored. So you have a plus goal differential of 26 after this game. Again, we're just trying to make sure we have as big of a gap between the fourth and the fifth place as possible in terms of those goal differential as well. Though problem should not be there because either ways we won against Hong Kong yesterday, even against New Zealand as well now. But the main focus is going to be the very next game against Malaysia.
And the performance that we put out against Australia, I'm pretty hopeful that even the Malaysian game will be a close matchup. Yesterday we had a rough time against them, but the scoreline was tad bit closer. We had our fair square of chances, but we were just not able to convert them. Our defensive line was able to do their duties for majority of the part, but then there were some opportunities that just could not be controlled.
Yeah.
If we can replicate the performance that we did against the Australians, I see and hope that even Malaysians can be defeated.
I was about to say the exact same thing, right? If that's the kind of performance against the first seeded team, yeah, it's highly possible that even against the second and third, we'd be able to pull ourselves back. And to be honest, the games were not really that far behind against Malaysia or Indonesia. Both of them were actually pretty decent too. So I'm looking forward to it at this point. But yes, the boys would really need to fully lock in for the next one. They would have to make sure that no matter what happens, we are winning the very next game. And not in the second leg itself, in the first one too. We have to fully focus down, right? And I think so, considering how we're also putting some of our players on break. Carvin had the break for the previous one. We'll get to know if he eventually hops in or will it be Jayanth who will continue to play out here. The focus is going to be the exact same. We're going to make sure we stay up on that third place.
Oh, yes. And I just want to see the game that we face Indonesia for the third, to be honest. Because at this point, Indonesians have played 10 matches, so they still have one match in hand, and for that plus 1 point that we have, so that will make a difference. So overall, head-to-head between India, Indonesia in today's game will matter much. But other than that, as far as the qualifications are concerned, I think it is all over. Because with the remaining number of matches, Hong Kong, China 13 points, New Zealand 11 points, the gap is too big to be covered with the remaining 5 games, I suppose.
As of now, yes, I think so. That is the case. It's like Hong Kong would need to win every single game. You know, their draw yesterday was one of the big problems which they faced. If I'm not wrong, that draw was against Bangladesh or maybe some other team, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, it was a draw against Bangladesh, and that was the one that kind of created those problems for the side of Hong Kong, China too, because not getting 3 points, only getting 1, that's a deficit of 2 already. India won against you, so that's 3 points for India itself. That is exactly where the 5-point differential is coming in. So we want to make sure that we maintain that. If anything, we want to create an even bigger difference out here, ladies and gentlemen. But can we make a big difference in the standings by winning against Malaysia? We will find that out after this short break. Man, oh man, I thought we are going to have a bit of a rest out here, but guess what? Everyone wanted this game to start off quickly, so here we are, boys, ladies and gentlemen. Carvin's joining the roster back, Jayanth sitting on this one as Malaysia will take on India. It's another important matchup for our boys in blue, as the boys in orange will try and steal this one away to keep their second spot in the standings.
Interesting matchup for sure, and difficult one as well on top of it. For now, I don't know how many goals we will score, but there is a pretty large number of demolitions that we are already seeing in the first few seconds. But as things stands, the scoreline has not been touched by now, and not a proper chance created from either of the side. Carvin is trying to get that final touch, but the goal line clearance will come from the Malaysians. And now, they are onto the attack, just running outside our boxes, trying to dribble past our defenders. Misty, he wins the ball back, trying to settle his players inside, but Vav there for a good clearance.
Still ball not being in control now. It's going to be taken in. Finally, Vav wants to try and push it up. Avs try to position himself though, but a lovely nudge on top by Blue. He wants to make sure he goes in for the score as it swings to shoot that one in the back of the net. A lovely set coming in, and Swings just nudges it in perfectly. Carvin just kept on chasing, couldn't do anything apart from watching that one go back. Malaysia won.
Oh man, that hurts for sure, especially when you were able to keep a scoreline in your control for so long, but this time around, almost there. We could have managed to get the scoreline in our favor as well, turning the tides around, but Carvin needs to stop this, but nah, the trajectory of the ball is too curved to be stopped, and Malaysians, they strike again. 2-0 to the advantage. Sphinx, a shot that was kind of unintended at the first clip, I believe, but Carvin not able to get into the line of sight.
Yeah, I don't know if he had the boost or not. I believe it was empty in the tank, and that's why he could not properly jump out there. But Malaysians are looking ruthless in their attack, constantly setting it up for their boys, and you can clearly see Abs going in for the perfect save out here. Misty doesn't really let that one go through. No counter chance whatsoever. So still it's going to be the Malaysian attack on board. India are a bit of a back foot out here on. Still it's Spings controlling it, holding it. Can definitely set it up for his teammate. Wanted to go for a bit of a dribble out here, but Vav was able to steal that one away.
The thing is that we are almost coming closer to the Malaysians half. But that last line, that last shot is what we are lacking, and Vav is trying one of that, but Carvin, he mistimed his jump there. But now the ball is still in our favor, can take it around, but now Malaysia's defending line and the coordination is too strong for us at this point. We get closer, but the chance for getting it in the back of the net is yet to come.
Lovely passing from the Malaysians, man. It's been impeccable in that midfield. That is something that has been catching India off guard multiple times. Nice one-touch pass there, but no one to receive it. So Blue will collect that one. Not for a long time though. 50-50 up in the air. Won by India. Yet again, Abs there. Demo coming in. That could be a big one. But still no control on the ball whatsoever. So Abs is going to try and air dribble it a bit. Still going to be stolen on the other side as Carvin tries to go for the defense. Swings up forward. Wants to try and take that in. Got a full boost out here to work with as well, but Abs wanted to go for the clear. Blue is there, and it's the Malaysian line that's constantly nudging it back in the Indian half from the half side.
And this is, I would say, something that you need to figure out at this point. And we also know that we have better second leg games, and we take the time in learning what the opponent is doing. Because at this point, it looks like the Malaysians are catching us off guard every now and then. We don't even know how to counter that out, but as I said, AB is crazy, takes a strike. This time around, it was a long range effort there. And then off to the woodwork, straight into the back of the net. Good chance created and good chance converted all by himself.
Double laid as well. You also had one more person following up on the ball very quickly though. Went in a bit fast, but it was absolutely fine. It was all about timing. And we had all of it. I love that all-out effort for the goal scoring. That's exactly what you need now. 65 more seconds remaining on the clock. Want to make sure you can get that one more chance in out here. Wab up and open. Boom out as you went in for the demo. on the other side. There's still back and forth. Chances being made. Got to collect the ball out here right now. Can't really give opportunities like that. Open. Lovely clearance coming in. Now on the back of it, there's a chance on the other end though. Sphinx goes in for the defense. Another chance, but it's blue to put it out. I like what India are trying to do, but still it's just not enough.
Oh,
And Abs make sure that the scoreline does not dip any further as there's still an opportunity for a counter.
less than 30 seconds remaining for us. There could be a possibility to push it to the overtime at this point. We are getting really close to the Malaysian half. ABS Crazy wins the ball back, trying to dribble it around, pass it into the center ball around. Shot attempted, has been blocked. Sphinx, good defense from that lad, and Malaysians, they still are in control. The last ball is out, it touched the ground, it is game over for the eTiger in the first game itself. And we are trying to keep it up, but not for long. 2-1 is overall scoreline. Malaysians, they take the first game in their favor. A good match played overall, but oh man, we just fell a bit short to the overall victory.
It was a nice opportunity is all I'm going to say. 5 shots being taken by Sphinx. That man was absolutely beast in terms of those attacks as well, right? And the Malaysians were trying to set it up pretty well. I'll have to be honest though, it was a pretty good effort coming in from the eTigers, because yesterday the scorelines were way too different if you think about it. It was very much in control of the Malaysian side. So I love the fact how there were multiple chances created by our own boys as well, and we could have finished off this game in a draw or at least pushed it to the overtime. But it's absolutely fine. There's still one more remaining.
That is so true. One more game number 2 will be there, and if we are able to win that one out, since there is a possibility we have the way we have played, if we win that out, we can still get 1 point from the game. Drawing it is what matters from here on. Although overall top 4, as far as that is concerned, that is still in our control. But I just want to see us get good results against the team that are above us in the overall standing, especially Australia and Malaysia, since they are the table toppers and by a huge margin as compared to any other side.
It's a main competition between the Malaysian side and the Aussies for the top 2 spot, which you've rightly mentioned, right? So yeah, I agree. India could eventually go in for the contest for that second place as well, and who doesn't want to qualify for the knockouts in a better stage and a better position out here? And that's exactly why the boys will still keep on fighting. They will still keep on going out here right now. 4 minutes, 40 seconds left in the game, and the scoreline still is 0-0. But the chances are being created by the Malaysians.
They started off in a good manner there, but now clearance is what we need. Karthik, nah man, he tried to clear it out, but just not had the good of touch. He's there, intercepted it perfectly, but then ABS Crazy, he didn't have a chance. He was late for the party. Less, or rather 32 seconds what Malaysians needed to score the first one again.
Yeah. Half a minute for them to get back into the lead right now, and that's one of the big reasons why we now will have to see India go for an all-out attack, and in that there's a slight mistake and Malaysians capitalize on that. Phenomenal air dribble, and you can clearly see Sphinx setting up Misty by the tap behind. And with that, Malaysians double up their lead in merely 10 seconds.
Man, this game has started way differently than the first map. Because the earlier game, it was pretty much, I would say, sweaty from the side of Malaysians. They were not able to score as much. But this time around, in less than 60 seconds, they've already scored 2. Now, we need to find our footing to get the scoreline at least to narrow terms. We're trying our best, trying to get the ball ahead, but how the interception from Malaysian side, the way they are reading the game, the way they're controlling the ball, they're just stealing the possession every now and then.
They're just making sure that India doesn't get a proper control of the ball, so that there are no proper chances being created. Just the ones like that, and Misty, he was working overtime for the scoring, and he's working overtime for the defense, but Carbon and Abs will make sure that it doesn't get paid for that.
Good work. ABS Crazy gets fun back for his team, and now there is again hopes rising for the eTigers. There is a possibility that we can make a comeback to take this home again. Although, kickoff start. Wow, open net, dribble. Should go in all.
What?
He could have just taken a powerful short strike there. A front flip would have done wonders there, but maybe lack of boost or whatever the case was. So close yet so far for Valve.
Another opportunity going down in drain out here, but still fine. The pressure is on now on Indians, as Malaysians are trying to go in for an all-out attack out here in the open. Misty will be able to take this ball in up forward. Vav was demolished, so yes, members try and go for that contest. Another air dribble. We know how well he sets up his teammates out on the back of it, as Misty wanted to follow up again. This one attack that's been going in, that has been problematic. Finally, we've taken care of that as Vav controls the ball for the next few seconds. Not for long though, as instantly it was stolen away by the other side. Blue is driving like Dominic Toretto out here on the field.
Oh man, he's just going bonkers there. And now, but there is a possibility for the clearance, and we will find that footing out. But now, ABS Crazy can take the ball away. Not for long, and it looks like whatever direction we are choosing to take the ball,
Wow!
Malaysians are already there, standing and waiting for us.
The way how Sphinx took that shot was absolutely nasty. Beat out Vav there, but Carvin was there to try and hold that 1 foot down. So no problems for Indians for now, as actually will try and control another dribble. Lovely nudge on top, but can't really go up and over like that. Malaysians will always have enough boost in their tank to try and steal that one away.
Let's see for how long we can just manage to hold this ball off. Because the thing is, we need to get it in our control to get the scoreline on level terms. But the way Malaysians are controlling, especially Sphinx, is look at this guy. Keeping the ball with him for so long, and now just passing around with the players. ABS Crazy is trying to win it out. There could be a possibility for Vav. Touchdown. Cleared out yet again.
Oh! Carvin tried another one though, but could not put in the back of the net. And now on the back of it, there's going to be a chance for defense. Sets it up for Misty. A bit too up. Another chance. Lovely defense. And on the back of it, Carvin now controls it. He can try and set it up for his teammates. Sphinx goes in for the 50-50 now. And we've got a couple of players trying to hold it down. 1 minute remains. And the ball is out in the open. Blue has got the chance right now as he tries and control it. But up in the air is where Sphinx is, as the last line defense comes in from Carvin. He's able to save this one and send it all the way back, as Abs will move it in the orange half, but still no control as Sphinx goes for the air dribble. It's an open ground, it's a lovely support, and it's a fantastic score. Hat-trick for Misty.
What a player. Individually, they are so brilliant that when they come as a team, they are a brute force to face. And Malaysians, they are just proving themselves yet again why they are one of the best in the Asia and Oceanic region. Doing wonders regularly in every game is not an easy task, but the Malaysians have no issues whatsoever. Now with 3 goals already in their favor, 30 seconds remaining overall in the scoreline, it looks like the game is already settled, and despite the fact the scoreline is closer, the victory is still in the side of the mighty Malaysians.
Seeing the improvement out here, and that is so good. That's something that I'm loving from the boys. There's been so many chances being created, so many opportunities. Just a few more and maybe things would have been pretty different out here, but it's absolutely fine. Malaysians now want to go in for the 4th one. Just missed out on that chance. Almost trying to catch that opportunity, but man, Misty getting 3 goals in this one. Clearly showcased a different class in this game.
We had our fair bit of chances as well. ABS Crazy had a good run. Carmine was almost there to score a certain amount of times, but the thing is that we were just not clinical enough, and as you said, the improvement is there. Yes, we had more chances. Yes, we were able to build up from the scratch. Everything is on the positive side, and that is what we were looking out for. Improvement from yesterday's game was our only intention, and yes, we have improved.
A big one as well. So I'm absolutely fine with whatever the result was. It's absolutely okay. Happens sometimes. It's still Malaysia, one of the strongest teams out here. And India's been going on a pretty decent run if you think about it. Yes, not a lot of, you could say, points gained from this. Totally cool. We've got the matchup against Guam now. So maybe we can give the boys a little bit more rest so that they can,
Yes.
have their energy refilled for the matchup after that, which is going to be against Indonesia, if I'm not wrong, or maybe Hong Kong, China, one of those two teams. We'll get that confirmation on that. It's cool, but yes, I absolutely love the fact how things are going right now. It's fine. We're learning. We're doing better in every single game, and unlike yesterday's Spartans, where we saw some of the goals going in from the half line, these were a lot more coordinated attacks which we saw.
Yes. There were a lot more possession-based stuff. There were a lot more creativity in an attacking third. So there is signs of improvement from our boys. But now, the thing is, the next match, as you said, should be a game where you take a little bit of rest, you chill out a bit. Because after that game, you have two big nations to face. Hong Kong, China being one of them, and then Indonesia being one of them. Because those two matches will definitely be a bigger one as far as the scoreboard are concerned. But the very next match is India taking on Guam. How the match will go, we will find all that out right after the very short break.
Well, after that tough matchup against Malaysia, we're finally back again, ladies and gentlemen, to take on the other team. That's going to be Guam. And things are actually going as we expected them. 1-0 already in the starting lineup. India starting in with the score itself, and there's been no changes in the lineup technically. Everything is exactly the same, so we're not going to see any substitutions out here.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising to be honest. Keeping in mind that Guam is a nation that is not a big threat at this point, and we are playing with the best 3 players possible. So yeah, as far as the fatigue is concerned, I don't think players have anything of that sort in their mind. They are like happy to play multiple games as much as possible, to be honest. And this is what they are doing. 20 seconds is all they took. 2 goals already up. Make it the third one. 3 seconds into the round, and we just keep on scoring. That's about it. And that has been the case, be it Guam, be it Brunei. Pretty much straight up following the same score line.
I just love the fact that we kind of had a slow motion there. But yeah, I agree. It's been
A
the
slow
exact
motion
same
to a
score
freeze
line.
motion there.
How is it a free?
So, I think also not just as per the game's basis, but map to match basis, if there is something that you can consider to improve, that would have made some difference, I would say, at this point. But that's not the case as far as these teams are concerned. They are not having a really good time here. But yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. 6 goals already in there. So that's something that we need to, I guess, be habitual of at this point. Multiple goals, multiple score lines have been generated with a similar score line. So every time we face these nations, it has been the similar thing. But the takeaway from these games for India is that how well you play in these games does not matter much. Because
Yeah.
your games against Indonesia, Hong Kong, they are the games that will decide the future in overall standings and the road to Riyadh.
That's the big thing, right? Those are the 3 main games out here. So I think so in this one, as the scoreline is right now 7-0, 3 minutes 10 seconds into the game itself, and let alone Abs, the man who eventually scored the previous one. This is going to give them back that momentum which we've been wanting for the next 3 games itself, right? So no celebration by the boys whatsoever. Clear-cut poker faces coming on everyone, so that's the thing. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's India just making sure that we're getting
into this game, and it is again short of words, to be honest, at this point, because we have seen this day in and day out between these games where the scoreline is a pretty much easier one. Okay, so again, if you look at the things that we were saying about these nations at this point, so it is definitely a learning curve for Brunei and Guam, but also for us, it is more like one of those games where you can have fun and relax from all the tiring games that we have faced earlier. You can actually have fun in this game while playing these nations, since it is not that much of an effort to be put on your end. You can play just your hearts out and make sure that you are having fun. Because these other games, be it Malaysia, be it Australia, it has been a tough battle, and it was those battles that didn't go our way. So yeah, these are those games where you can actually chill out a bit, and as you can see on the players' faces, they are actually doing that. And now, just look at this, dribbling up in the air.
Yeah. It's been going on pretty crazy out here right now. A minute left into the game, right? 10-0 is the scoreline, so and pretty simple, smooth sailing for India till now. No problems whatsoever. Ab's just practicing air dribbling out here. And that's another score coming in from Vav. Lovely assist on the back of that air dribble. Just sends it in with the tap, and Vav is just able to position the ball back in the net. So perfect to see how the boys are finally getting their momentum back. 11 already, 49 seconds left on board. Just have to wait and see how many more can we actually get from this point on. It's like probably 11 are already there, maybe 13. I'm expecting 2 more goals to pop up in the next 15 to 20 seconds, so let's see.
And the way we are playing it, it's fairly easy for our boys to score that. They are just jumping around the area, one pass in, and then take a shot home. And the thing is, the defense from the side of Guam has not been working out, and yep, there we have it, the 12th one on the board. Vabs is the goal scorer this time around, so pretty much easy for our boys. And no doubts or any questions there whether the scoreline or the result were concerned as far as this match is regarded. The game 1 versus Guam has been a pretty easy fight. 12 already up. Just waiting for the next one, I guess, for the last 15 seconds before the first games come to a close.
Yeah. That's the main thing, right? And I like the coordination that's been building up by the boys. That's another one. 3 more seconds remaining. It's 13 already. So, yeah, I was about to say that it's basically the same fact for the boys. No problems in attack, no problems in defense, since they are always attacking. While on the other side, Guam, again, a team on the receiving end. Something I really feel that they've got to check on a lot, man. Oh my goodness! I said maybe 2 more goals, and then there were 3 seconds left on the clock, and I was like, yeah, maybe we're not going to see any more goals now. Only 3 seconds, it's fine. The game should end soon. And they were like, absolutely not. 13 is not a lucky number for anyone, and we don't want that. We'll go for 14.
And this has been like a routine for us. Every last second when the ball is last ball out, we end up scoring that one. We just don't let the ball touch the ground and let the game over. We like to score it in style. We like to finish off it in style. And this time around, a 14-0 scoreline in our favor. Game 2 will begin very shortly right now. We are just waiting for that game to happen as well, because that game against Guam, we know the results already. But all this is just a practice for the next game, because those 3 major games are the one that will require a lot more focus and a lot more skill to get the results in your favor.
Fun fact is that it's all 3 important games now. Hong Kong, then Indonesia, then New Zealand. So it's not even a single easy game. It's like all 3 5-minute game each, laser focused matches out. So it's like, I know it's going to take a bit of toll on the boys, right? As considering how things went yesterday against Australia, against Malaysia. It was a clear-cut domination from one side. So not a big problems for both of those teams. But today, India actually sweated in that game, right? We were almost, we were so close to picking up that victory. Like, so close yet so far. That takes a toll on your head. Now, that should not impact what's going to happen in the next few games now. So, that's why I kind of wanted to see some other players play this one game against Guam. Maybe the second lineup that's been sitting in, that's been waiting to get some extra time out here. Maybe that lineup. But it's fine. One more game remaining against Guam.
Uh-huh.
We're going to start things off right away.
Last 5 minutes for the battle against Guam. Let's see how many goals we'll score this time around. 14 was the score in the previous match. We are already looking out to score one more in the initial 10 seconds. Vav trying to take a shot has been cleared off this time around. But I just want to look at the overall standings. Because the thing is, number of goals scored by all the top 4 teams is what I am looking out for, since this is one of those games where you can score as much as you want. And as per the score tally, with the 12 matches played, Australia are on 144, Indonesia 138, India on 123, and then Malaysia on 115.
Wow. All of the top 4 teams scoring over 100 goals in the span of all the games they've played right now. I like that. Clearly
Also,
shows you an attacking and
New
offensive game.
Yeah, and also New Zealand, despite the fact they are on the 5th spot with just 14 points, like 7 points rather behind India, they are also on 127 goals scored. So their games have been something where they are able to score a lot more goals, but at the same time conceding the similar amount.
And that is where the Australians eventually get that big lead, right? Not conceding the goals. They've always been on the attacking front. They always control the ball. Doesn't really let it go through anywhere past their half. And even if it does, you always have those big boys standing in the goal. It's the coordination that comes into play. They're working like a well-knit unit and like a well-oiled machine. And I think so that's a big take for all the other teams as well. Rather than making certain individual plays, you go ahead and make certain team plays out here right now. Yeah, it's going to be a goal which Vav scored, but I personally feel that this should have been a set for Abs out here. But it's fine. Still a pretty decent attempt out on the back of it. We're actually getting some good points, so fine with that.
Yeah, just goldfish I would say at this point. Although it is pretty lower as compared to the previous match standards. 90 seconds into the game and just 2 goals scored. Whereas we on an average take 15 to 10 to 11 seconds to get on the scoreboard. This time it has been a slow start and we are taking a good amount of time for these things. Let's see if that will be the case throughout the game, because I think this is just a relaxing game at the very least.
Yeah, they're just having their own fun time, which you rightly mentioned, chilling out, maybe honing some of their skills as well. Some of those air dribbles, trying to find the timings to dodge out those 50-50 chances that the opponents are creating. So I like that. On the back of it right now, another score comes in. 3 in 2 minutes and 8 seconds, and I'm kind of fine with that. I'd have to say even Guam has been doing pretty decent as compared to their previous few games.
Well, not sure about that, because the result is what matters at the very least, or maybe keeping the score line to a small margin. But was that the case for them? I'm not 100% sure about that figure. But now, at least in this match, the defense looks that bit better. It's not an open net majority of the time. We have to work our way to score those chances, and for us, we are taking our sweet time before sending the ball in the back of the net. Carvin takes a dribble, has been cleared this time around again, so improvement signs to say the least.
That's what's needed. Improvement, trying to do better in every single game. That growth is something which eventually helps you win consistently, just like Australia, right? That team has not been made in one night. They have been grinding for hours. They've been doing that for days, probably months. That's what it requires for you to be up on top. And right now, Guam as well, trying to do the exact same thing. Constant defense coming in. I was liking the way how they were defending. Wow, eventually, right from the center of the pitch, was able to send this one ball down home. Almost towards the center, it was almost very well defended as well, but not the perfect clear. The ball still went in.
4 goals this time. Oh, the kickoff fall. Could have been the 5th one directly from the kickoff from Vav. And it has been a strong point. Like, I've seen so many goals for us, and at least 4 to 5 straight from the kickoff. And that's a big thing. Because generally kickoffs are not to be scored, generally. But that has not been a issue for the Indian side.
because we've basically been going on and on from that kickoff itself every single time. And not just in this game, it's been basically in every game, against every big nation. So yeah. Brad eventually hopping at the end, poaching that one goal away, it's fine. Been constantly seeing that happen in few of the previous games too. So it's totally cool right now as we're going to be hopping in 5-0. The only good thing about this game I like is that Guam is actually retaliating as well pretty decently, be it in terms of defending or just maybe trying to clear out the ball a little bit more. So they've been doing a pretty decent job at that.
That is true. Improvement is what we were looking out for. So they were playing a very better Rocket League in at least the initial 3 to 4 minutes. But then again, they are not just able to keep it up for a very long time. And now these things need to be considered, where this could have been an easy clearance in another match, but this time Guam was just not having enough boosters and the game plan on how to block all these basic shots. So this is something they need to figure out for the next qualifiers, because these can be the upcoming nations.
Absolutely. Some new nations which will eventually grow up into big names as well. I want to look forward to it too, but not in this one. Though I'd have to say, performance of India has been pretty good. Consistently doing a great job. Out on the other side, Jerem's almost finding that opportunity, but a simple, smooth defense from India was able to clear that one off. Another slight nudge on the ball right now, making sure that we don't really receive the 7th one on board. But guess what? We've always got an answer in some or the other form. It should go in Jerem's. Nice defense at the end. India really need that 7th run. They're looking for that 7th one. Still pushes it all the way up though, trying to set it up for Abs as he finally will score. And I really wish you did not say that, but you finally did, so it's fine.
Yeah, 7 has to be the key word for that, right? Especially when the eTigers are scoring, so why not throw it into the mix? But yep, 7-0 scoreline, half of what we scored in the previous match, but this was the game against Guam, which was very much favorable in our side. Yeah. But now, all the easy matches have been completed. All the matches where you can score a lot of goals, you can get the 3 points in your backpack, they are all done. The true battle of the group stage in the FIFA E-Regional qualifiers begins from here on. 3 matches back to back, all against decent nations. Although we have a good result against them yesterday, all we are looking out to repeat the similar results.
It was a good result, but it wasn't an easy result. That's the main point out here for the discussion, because the games were pretty close. Yes, against Indonesia as well, we almost closed that one out. It was a difficult game for us too. On the other end of the spectrum, New Zealand, Hong Kong, China, for at least one game out of the 2, they were pretty close, right? In the second one, India eventually showed their true colors, focusing down fully and doubling down on their attacking side. I love that. But yes, at least one game was pretty close. So that should give the confidence to both New Zealand as well as Hong Kong to try and level up their entire game itself.
That is true. But let's see how those things will work out, since I think the next game is against Indonesia or Hong Kong, I suppose.
China. Yeah,
it's Hong Kong, China. So Hong Kong, China. And as for the standings are concerned, if I have a look at them, they are on 13 points when we were on 21. So the differential is big enough for us to be in a good spot. But at the same time, we don't want to drop points from here. We don't want to give any sign of hope or any ray of light for any of the teams that are below us that they have a chance of qualifying. Keeping in mind that New Zealand there are 17 points. So any slip up from our eTigers will eventually latched on by the Kiwis. So that is something that has to be in our players' mindset when they face Hong Kong, China up next.
That's the big thing, right? And fun fact is that I don't think so Hong Kong, China is going to be a threat for us now, because their matchup against New Zealand, it was New Zealand who actually got the win. So, you know, New Zealand is more of a threat to us than Hong Kong, China is at this point. But at the same time, yes, it's as you rightly said, we want to win that matchup to make sure we still stay at that 4th spot. There are no permutation combinations available for anyone who are trying to chase it all the way down, all the way up for that one. So that's going to be one of the big things. And to be honest, I'd have to say, I mean, the second game between New Zealand and Hong Kong, China, it was over if I'm not wrong, or probably it is still going on. But yeah, for the first one, the scoreline was 2-3. It was actually pretty close. So both of these teams, they're still looking pretty decent even today. Not a lot of changes. In terms of the result, yes, there has been.
Well, let's see if those results will change against us or not, because the previous matches does not matter much now. 17 points for New Zealand is what is, I would say, the immediate threat as far as the qualification is concerned for Team India, because 17 to 21 is not that big of a leap. It is just barely 4 points, and it will come down to our match against New Zealand as well at the very same point. Because if you slip around some points, a draw or an unfortunate loss here and there, New Zealand have a chance. So the place is cemented, quite bit of margin, like 80% it is done, but there is still that 20% that needs to be worked upon, and the next 3 matches will decide our fate in the FIFAe regional qualifiers.
Absolutely. Those are going to be very crucial as well. And the fun fact is the last game is against New Zealand itself. So that's not going to be easy either. And I'm pretty sure for New Zealand specifically, that one last game is going to become super crucial for their qualification, considering that they keep on winning their next few games as well. And also hope that India probably loses one. And to be honest, none of us would really want that to happen. So that's going to be the main name of the game as well. But since we've constantly been discussing about that, right, I kind of want to have a look at that overall standings too. I just wish that we would probably have a few changes out here. Not in the top 4 at least, I think so it's still going to be the same. But I'm kind of waiting for that to get updated on the same at the same time. While I have a look at the results of Bangladeshi games, I mean, let's be honest, that team initially looked out of contest, but by the end of yesterday, they eventually moved up close, right? And one of the big things is that they always have some strong games early on, specifically against India, against Australia. Those are their opening games. And I think so that is something that is pretty rough for the Bangladeshi side. But at the same time, I mean, you got to do what you got to do, my man. You have to win those games, if anything, if you really want to move up in terms of those standings and qualify in the top 4.
That is true, but now I was just looking at the results from the other games where New Zealand have played 13 matches and they are still on 17 points. So the scoreline has been updated. The result didn't go in their favor. So that is something which is interesting right now, because New Zealand are the immediate threat to us.
Yeah.
But now Hong Kong China game, now I'm just trying to calculate the stuff that we need to go through from here on. 13 to 21 is a big leap. We should be sufficient enough as far as the cutoff is concerned of around 27 points, I'm guessing 27-30 points.
Yeah.
We scored that in the next 2 matches and we are good to go to the playoffs.
Yeah, in the scoring that in the next 2 matches, that's the main thing which you rightly mentioned, right? We've got to win against Hong Kong, China and New Zealand. That's the main part out here. And I was actually looking at the result of other teams as well, since we've been constantly discussing about the chances of India, right? Brunei, Darussalam, Guam, these are the 2 teams not even reaching double digits. Hard for them, but it is what it is. Bangladesh on the other side, out of the first 4 games that they've played, Spartas, 3 of them has been with the top 4 teams. Like, the first one is obviously India. The second one that they played was against Australia. Then they had a simple matchup against Brunei Darussalam, and now they're playing against Malaysia. So it is a tough run for Bangladesh in the first half of the day. What's going to happen in the second half? We will find all of that out, ladies and gentlemen, as India prepares for a matchup against Hong Kong after this break. Alrighty. After a bit of a light-hearted matchup, we're finally back in for an even exciting one out here. Hong Kong, China taking on India in a do-or-die match for China out here. They really want to try and win this one whatsoever, and for India, we just want to make sure that we've got a comfortable lead in top 4.
Let's see how things will pan out from here. Yesterday's match was that bit closer, but at the end we were able to manage a good scoreline against Hong Kong, China, and resulting in a good victory for the eTigers. But now we just want to rinse and repeat those results. Getting a +3 from this match will solidify our position in the top 4 even more. And for that we are still looking out for some crazy dribbles from the sidelines. Tiny, or rather Tinny, just juggling the ball up in the air in the orange kit, trying to hit the ball, clear it out, but ABS crazy. Vincent trying to settle it up in the center of the park, has been cleared yet again.
3 minutes 55 seconds on board right now. Not a single one scored out on either side. Kerwin almost tried to go for that one too as well, but nice goal line clearances coming in from the side of Hong Kong. It's just the fact that they're not able to keep control of the ball for a longer duration of time. That is the only reason why we haven't really seen any scores from their side as well. Finally got a bit of a chance out here. Not a lot of boost available, so can't really go for the proper air dribble on the other side. But Carvin on the other end tried to go in. Almost scoring in for that one, but Tinny again stopping it at the goal line.
Almost there. So we are again knocking on the door, pretty much just like yesterday, but the conversion is still, we are eyeing out for. Almost 2 minutes into the game and the conversion is still yet to come, but this time around ABS crazy, almost there. I don't know how many times I have to say the word almost in this matchup, I guess.
So close yet so far could probably be the tagline for this one. As you rightly mentioned, in back and forth constantly. Abs again trying to move it in, but lovely defense from Harry. So we're not really getting any kind of easy goals that we were getting in the previous matches against Brunei, Darussalam as well as Guam, and that's the big thing out here. Nice tackle. Right, went in for that 50-50, instantly trying to stop things off. Out here, up in mid. Wow!
Ooh.
Holy smokes, that could have been
Framework.
such a big mistake though, but the frame saves us. And guess what? The counter on the other end.
Oh,
it is there.
yeah.
Oh, just a killer. Steals it at the last second.
Oh, Carvin rather, needs some boosters there, jump up in the air, get the touch on the ball. He finally do that. But oh man, the last 10 seconds, both the teams were standing in front of the net, could not find anything, but ABS crazy finally takes a beautiful strike. So long he has to wait, Wab with a perfect assist, and crazy had no mistake in there. First goal scored, Team India, we get the opening in our favor.
Finally, is what I'd have to say after such a back and forth from both of these teams, but on the back of it now, big opportunity for India. Try and close this one out. You can already see boys focused on, fully logged in this game. Hong Kong in the orange right now. Tried to move it around.
Oh.
And there's the answer. Instant retaliation from the other side as Tinny goes in for an individual score. We had two people. But what a placement from Tinny. You can't defend that.
Margins, I would say, has been the game. So close, and now kick off, almost has been a rush apart this time around. Can they do it again? He will. Harry has been the savior for Hong Kong China at this point, man. This guy is just making sure that we are not able to find the back of the net as many times as we want. But this time another opportunity arises. Nobody to take that final dribble. We're able to get the ball centered for a perfect strike. But then after that area, we are not able to set it from a distance. But Hong Kong China will do things in their favor. They turn the scoreline 2-1. And this rebound was perfectly collected by Just a Killer. And now, against the run of play, it is the eTigers that are trailing in the game.
Harry setting it up perfectly as well. And on the back of it, which you rightly mentioned, eTigers now a bit on the back foot out here. Tinny's got a ton of boost to work with, so we'll make sure that the ball is nowhere near the danger lines out on the other end. It's going to be stolen in. Tinny almost trying to steal that one away as well. Doesn't really matter. It's still going to be a bit of a back and forth though. Last touch could have been good, but an answer on the other end. 1 more minute remaining right now as India still tries to find that one more goal to try and equalize the score. but still a bit far away. Almost getting it back in though. It's still the last chance, last opportunity in the last few seconds. And a shot right on the target, well defended yet again. It's going on the other end. And what a score by Tinny.
The scoreline is completely turned around this time, and just look at this. Unfortunate, I would say. No intention whatsoever, but we were just so focused on the attack to get the goal that the defense was completely leaking, and Hong Kong China took the complete advantage. And now things are starting to look a little bit dicey. This match is definitely half 30 seconds, but Hong Kong China will get the scoreline even better. Fourth one on the way. So I guess this is the result that we didn't want to see, but hey, Hong Kong China are turning the tides.
They absolutely are. And guess what? If this goes on, then it's not even about Hong Kong China getting a chance to move up in top 4. It's actually New Zealand who'd be able to move back up. So it's not really like they're making the way for themselves, but they're pathing, or rather they're carving a path for New Zealand on the other side. Now still, India trying to get a few more goals out there, but Tinny with that demolition made sure that the chance would eventually fall down. It would fizzle out. No problems for Hong Kong whatsoever. They won this game, and they won that in style, and that to a massive one. India still wants to get something up on top of it, but guess what? The ball is not being allowed to fall down out here, and to be honest, the Hong Kong also doesn't want it to go down. Finally,
Finally it does.
it's going to be stopped, but man, what a play from Hong Kong.
Well, the initial game was completely in control from both the sides, but then that rebound shot, a clearance led to a goal where all the three players were not centralized. Like generally you see one player rotating out from the middle to take the central position to take a strike. He was out of area, and Hong Kong China's rebound, or rather the clearance, worked out in their favor. Something that you don't want to see. But hey, the result is right now in China's court. But now, we still have the second game to play. And if we win that match, we can steal away a single point from this match. All we are eyeing out for a victory in the game 2. You win that, you get a draw and a +1 overall. This is all that we can hope for right on.
True. I mean, at this point, yeah, I think so. The draw would be probably be the best possible case scenario at this point. Otherwise, yeah, Hong Kong can eventually steal this one away. But as I said, this eventually opens path for New Zealand if they win out a few of their next games, though. But let's talk about Hong Kong a little bit, man. The defense was impeccable. It was so on point. If you think about it, there was absolutely no way India could penetrate through right in that goal. While on the other side, yes, you could say one or maybe two of those goals were a bit lucky for Hong Kong. But that still came because of their solid defense. And until and unless India tries to penetrate that, it tries to destroy that defense, I don't think so we'll be able to score any more goals than what we did right now.
That is kind of true at the same point, because again, we were having a lot of chances. We were able to take the final shot from the centralized position as well, but there was then Tinny clearing it off, and then the other guy just off the line of the framework, just clearing it out left, right and center. So those interactions definitely didn't go our way. But now I want to see this time a kickoff can be scored, and yes, it will go this time in. Valve to come in. 4 seconds is what we needed, and Harry, who has been a nightmare for our side, Tinny, both of them were spectators, although Tinny tried his best despite the fact with the limited boost he had to just jump up in the air, could not reach the target, and India, we opened the scoring.
Yeah, that's a big start for India out here right now, and that's exactly what we need. Starting things off in a solid fashion. On the other end of the spectrum, Hong Kong trying to find the exact same thing as well, but they're not really getting the vehicles on the ball perfectly out here. A bit of an open space to work with. Still no contest whatsoever. All three of the Indian defenders all the way in the back line, so no problems in trying to steal that away. Harry tries to go for the air dribble. Had a good boost though. Lovely steal from Abs. Wants to move it around. Has got an opportunity to work with. Trini on the other end. Tries to steal it away. With a 50-50. Was left out in the open, so no chance for India, at least for now. But they are constantly on that attack.
Just trying to get the scoreline as big as possible because we know a single point from this game is so crucial. And again, it is kind of similar story from the last match as well, since we were the one who were knocking on the door again and again, but against the run of play, we lost that match. But now, this time, a demolition has happened and a goal on the edge of it. A demolition to a goal. This is what was needed, and AB is crazy. Perfect solo dribble. Just look at that guy. Thriving force, taking the ball control all by himself and dodging the defender as well at the same time.
Yeah.
Good play, good run of structure, and Team India, we finally take a 2-0 lead.
Good demo coming in by Tinny as well to try and maybe create a small advantage. Didn't really work out though, but on the other end, could have gone in, but it's absolutely fine right now. Another demo open goal. Oh, Harry missed it. He had a chance. Could not really maneuver the vehicle in a proper way. It did not go in, and on the back of it now, it's going to fall all the way down to the Indian hands so they can eventually go for the counter attack as well as Abs trying to control the ball, but that is indeed a crazy attempt up in the open. Shot isn't really the best from Carvin. Couldn't really get the proper height on that one, but it's totally fine. We still have the ball and we're still controlling it for the shot in the open net though, as Vav finally scores the third.
A breather, a big sign of relief for the eTigers at this point, because this is what was required. 3-0 advantage, very difficult to blow it from here, and we are having good close control of the entire game as well at the very same time. Yes, there have been chances for Hong Kong China, they are coming close at least in a half, but at the very same time Vav is able to clear the ball every time possible.
Hong Kong now, this game is becoming even more difficult. I'd have to say the only thing that they managed to do was the fact that they denied 3 points for India after winning that first game. Because with this kind of performance that India is showcasing, boys are looking fired up.
It's revenge time, I would say, because those 3 points, they matter a lot to us, but yeah, not this time around. We have to be satisfied with, I guess, just a +1 here. So this is what we are looking out for. 2 minutes 30 seconds still remaining on the clock, but at the same time, the thing is that despite the fact that we will get a +1 from this series, a draw from this series, we still have a good buffer against New Zealand. So our match against New Zealand will be the deciding factor of who goes through, and if the advantage that we have is still a +5 or even a +4, that result does not even matter much then, because the maximum New Zealand will get a +3.
That's the thing. All the permutation combinations. It's going to go down for that later stages, right? Again, Hong Kong. This second game, India is looking way too different than what it was previously, man. The constant passing going around between the players. Should be another one out in the open. It was set up for Abs. Not really get the perfect shot in on target, but it's been set for Vav perfectly. And Abs himself decided to defend it against his own teammate.
Well, things that you don't see often. But
Oh,
now
lovely
again,
shot.
bouncy ball there, just jumping around the area. Not a proper attempt, but yes, just a killer. Nudging it, or rather lobbing it above the defensive heads. ABS crazy, Vav all there, but just left as a spectator. Less than 90 seconds remaining into the game. We still have a +3 advantage. We just need to hold the ball as long as possible. Keep the possession in our side. Just get it out of our own half to start things off. And Carvin is exactly doing that. Or maybe send the ball for home.
Simply go in, send it,
Again.
score it. Nice try from Abs. Fine, man. You can rely on your teammates. There are some boys behind as well who can eventually steal this one away. A minute remaining on the clock. 3 goals is where Hong Kong is trying to trail. Maybe they can pick that one up to send this one home. Oh, that was a shot missed. It was an opportunity that could have been the score. And had that been the score, I'd say this game is probably open, but not right now. 39 more seconds remaining as it's being set by Abs. Tried to set it up as well for Vav, who wanted to take the shot. Went in a bit too ahead. As right through. He wanted to go for another double tap. Abs tries to control it. No one's taking care of the ball as it's finally gonna be cleared away. Not for long though. There's still answers coming in from both of the sides as Carvin joins in, flying like a maniac. But yeah,
But now
10
that-
more seconds.
Yeah,
and
the
it
results
should
are
be-
confirmed. We know what the scoreline will look like. We will get a draw out of this match against Hong Kong, China, but at the least we are getting a +1, and that should be good enough. We have a strong footing in the top 4. We are just trying to solidify it even more. And
Wow.
to end things off, Just a Killer will take a goal, but that's nothing more than a consolation goal on his side. 4-2 for India in the game number 2, and for the group stages, this is the first draw from our nation.
I like the fact how Abs actually went for the boost first and then he wanted to go for the stopping. I think so that was because he did not really have anything in his tank, so he had to take that maneuver. Otherwise that could have been well defended as well. But rightly mentioned, it is the first draw for India coming in. One game won by Hong Kong, the second one won by India. Almost the similar scoreline, 4-1 for Hong Kong and then 4-2 for India out here right now. It's absolutely fine. Decent games from both of these teams out here as well. But to be honest, if you really think about it, a clean record against the teams who are below us, shattered.
Well, I would not say shattered, to be honest. We have not considered a loss till now. There is no loss there. Overall series has to be counted. So a draw, we take it. Neither you win, neither I. A friendly handshake in the middle. A defeat is what we are still avoiding, and that is what I am still happy with. The first game was, yes, an unfortunate one, since there were 2 very lucky goals, very unfortunate goals from the eTigers, where nobody was able to expect the trajectory of a clearance just going in back of our net somehow. So that thing can be considered, but hey, all in all, +1 from this match. And then the overall standings from the FIFA E regional qualifiers trying to turn around a little bit, because the gap between India and New Zealand is what I am looking out for. The match against Indonesia is coming up next. The results, I hope, go in our favor, but even if it does not, the overall top 4 will not shift much. How we will play and face Indonesia, we'll find all that out right after the very short break.
Well, after an unfortunate draw for the Indian side, now we try and fight against even stronger opponents who are in the top 3 themselves right now. It's Indonesia taking on India. Indonesia on the blue side, India on the orange. So we're back again on that lucky side out here right now. But here's the thing. Indonesia themselves have it looking pretty solid today.
That is so true. Their matches have not been the perfect one as we expected them to be. But this might be an opening that we might be able to find out. Let's see. Kevin takes the ball up in the air. A demolition coming on the way. Lobbing it from ABS Crazy. Touchdown. Oh, so close. Almost there, but the framework just stops us from getting the first one on the board.
Fun fact about the Indonesian matchup history is the fact that they had a draw against Malaysia. So this team has been looking extremely solid. So if anything, this matchup needs to be treated exactly as that one. If anything, better. And that's one of the big things that Indians have been struggling with out here right now. LCT. I still remember yesterday this man created so many problems for India. Not really letting the ball go through in his own net while constantly shooting it down on the other. Got to stop this one man if we really need to win out here. And just as I say, this man goes in for another save.
The blocks are just perfect, but now almost there, man. Fisio. The guy legit was standing inside the goal. He came out of nowhere to just clear it off the line. But now we have to do the same duty. But is there now LCT on the other end? He blocks another shot. Back-to-back saves from Indonesians, while Indians have a perfect opportunity to strike the ball home, and it will go inside. What a perfect touchdown. What a centralization of the ball. And what a way to start things off. Took us 2 minutes to find the opening, but this time Ripopi, he could not clear it out, and the eTigers in the orange kit take the lead.
A big one though, because the first one was deflected by Ripopi himself, so I believe he used up all of the boost in that one. Eventually could not clear it again, did not really have enough height on that vehicle. Out here right now up in the open though, that's where we're going to take the control of the ball as Carvin. He will lose it. It's moving all the way towards the orange side, not where you'd want to see it go. 2.5 minutes still remaining up on the clock, so plenty of time for Indonesia to make this comeback in this game. A bare minimum that we need is a draw from this one if we really want to move up in top 3.
By look of things,
right now,
it looks like we can even win this matchup since Indonesians are not able to get the control of the ball. And the amount of chances, if you compare both of them, India has more attempts on target. So that is something that we need to keep in mind, that we are in a hot shot form and Indonesians are not able to keep up with the attack. They are just clearing last line of defense, and as come for a defense, Carvin, he steals the ball away, lobs it up, should go in. Oh man, oh man. LCT, this is the 3rd goal line clearance from these lads. Superman saves.
this man has made sure that he's not going to let ball flow back into his net again. Even after the first one, he's ready to not let it fall through the second time, and that has been big. Abs wanted to try and push that one in instantly. It did not really happen in the way how we expected. Up in the open, in the air, Fisio tries to get in a small touch out here as LCT with a full boost. Wanted to go in for that clearance. Will eventually land himself in the goal instead of the ball. And guess what? It's going in the opposite end. No LCT to defend, but guess what? Ripopi is still there. He says no goals on my watch out here, out right now. A dribble contested. Abs still went in for the 50-50 as LCT controls it. We've got a couple of players back in the lines trying to defend. It's 1 more minute remaining, 60 more seconds now. Will India still keep on moving for the attack? Now that's the big question. You can't really give up on the pressure at the last minute.
Okay, clearance is needed. Almost there.
Oh.
Saved it up, and now, oh man, Fisio steals the ball right from the face, but not for long. You steal the ball from Carvin, but ABS crazy. The perfect man. He strikes yet again, and just look at that rebound. He's running in the middle of the park, and ABS crazy. He gets another one on target. 2-0 against the mighty Indonesians, man, this time.
It was Vab who wanted to go in for the first one, or probably it was a fake all along as Abs was ready in the perfect position to go for the shot. And on the back of it now, as you rightly mentioned, it's a 2-0 lead. But Spartas, how many times have we seen India having the lead and then dropping that away a little bit later into the last few seconds of the game, specifically against the top 3 teams? And something like that needs to be avoided out here right now. Ripopi want to go in for this one as Ficio tries to set it up. Air triple. Doesn't really get anything on it because it was fully contested. 9 more seconds. All you need to do is make sure this does not go in. This one attack needs to be stopped. And Ripopi instantly scores in the first one for Indonesia. LCT before he got demolished. He was able to set it up for Ripopi. It's 5 seconds, Fardas, and a chance for equalizer.
Oh man, kick off, secure that, we do. And now, keep the ball away from the net. LCT has to take a chance. The ball is flying up in the air. Just touch it down. Just touch it down is the call from the eTigers. Oh! We are able to do it. Wow, for the final save. He takes the ball home and Team India, we get a victory in the game 1 against the Indonesians. A result that was not expected by many, but they have delivered it. So perfectly played. 2-goal advantage, almost coming too close to comfort when they strike back with a single goal in the last 10 seconds. But then, oh, Novi at the very end. But now, with victory in the first game, things are looking in our control.
And we've always talked about it, how well we are in those second games. But yesterday it was Indonesia
Yes,
who destroyed us in the second game.
that
one
is
was
true,
very-
but
yeah,
at the same time, it does not even matter from here. The least possible result we are getting out from this is a +1 point. And
That is
at this
true.
stage, it is not about who you are winning against, who you are losing against. It does not even matter. Everything depends on your top 4 journey, and that's it. You may get a 100-0 victory against a team and you get thrashed down by another team. It does not
Yeah.
even matter if you are able to qualify in the top 4. Getting those +1 points will make sure that you stay in the top 4 of the group stages. And with this victory against Indonesia, we have barely secured, like, on a minimum, a +1. And if we win the next one, a +3 will be on our way.
And the fun fact is, right now, after every permutation combination, we have qualified in the top 4 itself, Spartas, because it's New Zealand who's on the 5th spot. They have played 14 games and they're at 70. So even if they win the next 2 games and India lose next 2 games, they will be on 23, but we are on 25 already. Same thing goes, it's even more difficult for Bangladesh and Hong Kong, China, since they're, again, 3 more points behind New Zealand with 1 less game played. So with every single permutation combination, it's India in the top 4. So we've got 2 more days to see how the boys will perform in the knockout stages itself. But before we talk all about that, it's going to fall down in this game. If we're going to stay on 4th spot, or can we steal the 3rd one away?
And now it is all about seeding, yeah? And I love that. Now the pressure can be off your shoulders. You can relax, because I'm pretty sure these 3 players have no clue what's going on in the overall standings. They are completely focused in their game. They know just one thing, and that is to deliver the result in the FIFA E-Region qualifiers, and they are just doing that. All these permutation combinations, they are better left to us to do it on the sidelines of the game, while our eTigers take the victory for our nation. And at this point, this is a big confirmation that we are making our way to the top 4, because, as you said, the number of matches that remains for New Zealand, even if they get +6 from those matches, they will still be below us. So that is just a perfect news. And now, going back to this match, the way we are playing, the monumental betterment we have in our gameplay, it is so beautiful to witness, because just look at these players holding the ball, strafing up in the air, keeping the possession, touching it to the final area. Everything looks like they have practiced a lot since yesterday.
I agree. It's more of a teamwork oriented play now rather than individual attempts. I'm loving it. It's literally, I'm absolutely loving it, because look at that, another chance being made. And that was such a well set up play. Ripopi, the only man who stands between the first goal of India. And it's understandable as well. Hong Kong will not let you score easily.
Right now, the thing is, I'm just waiting for some clear-cut chances from both the ends. Because by this rate, there is no one is able to get a shot on target, just unlike the previous game one. Because there were a lot more goal line clearances, at least in that match. But right now, both the teams are trying to just dribble the ball left, right, and center, and then losing the possession on it. So this is something that you don't see often. But right now, it is such beautiful defense. But finally, an attempt coming in, but ABS Crazy not able to put it on the target.
It was a nice attempt on the other side though, but again, he just made sure, regardless of the fact if he's able to put it on target or not, he's just making sure that it does not become easy for Indonesia to score out here. On the other end of the spectrum, again, the Indonesians is a team that has been in the scene for a while. They've been pretty solid if we talk about it. And this is probably the first time that India eventually has a chance to showcase their skills in this title on the stage. And they have been doing a phenomenal job in entirety of it. Another good defense by Abs Crazy on the other end now. There's a chance for the counter, but Ripoppy ready to send it. There's an opening. Wasn't really controlled so very well. A lovely nudge up on top to lift it up, but that's about it. Did not really go back inside the back of the net. It's still Indonesia who's controlling the pace.
But now, only 70 seconds remaining on the clock. That is something need to be considered. Because ABS Crazy has been doing some good goal line clearances. He's scoring as well. But now it is all about that one single chance. Which nation will create it out first and will be able to convert it at the same time. Because these low scoring matches can turn at any movement. Right now LCT, he has the control of the ball, dribbling up pretty perfectly.
Wow.
But not for long. Carvin steals it away.
That was a beautiful dribble out here, and you can clearly see the momentum now being shifted up in the favor of Indonesia. Entirety of it. But the constant contest of the ball, that's been the big thing out here for India. This could go in! And Carvin, from the other half, instantly makes sure that this one falls in the back of the net. At the 33rd second mark left on the clock, that's where India picks up the lead.
Wow, that was a beautiful vision from that lad. He saw that there is no one covering the goal line. There is no one tracking back that ball. And Carvin, instead of just randomly clearing it out, he took a shot. But now, since the defense is broken once, why not do it twice? A perfect set play, a perfect attempt from the sidelines. Vav to ABS Crazy flying up in the air. 2-0 with 22 seconds remaining on the clock. It looks like we are getting the 3-pointer against the Indonesians.
And that's going to be the big one, right? With a bit of a fumble against Hong Kong. India getting these 3 points could have been impeccable. We were only wishing for that to happen right now, but it seems like a reality as 10 seconds remain on the clock. The maximum Indonesians can get would be 1 if we hold the ball for the next 2 more seconds, and that is exactly what's happening. India will make sure to win against Indonesia, one of the top 3 teams in our group stages. That is a big statement from the boys.
The eTigers are so back into the competition. A close-knit battle against the mighty Australians, making them sweat in the overtime for 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Then the match against Malaysia, pretty much close. And then the match against Indonesia, getting a victory in our favor. Man, this is a game where the eTigers are shining and showcasing what they are made up of. Yesterday, it was a thrashing defeat against all 3 teams. Yes, the matches were closer, but again, at the end, we lost the grip by the time it was 2 minutes remaining on the clock. This time around, on day 2 of the group stages, we had the grip from the very first moment, and we tightened it up as the clock ticked down.
True. And that's the best thing about it, right? It's like this first game kind of replayed from yesterday, just in the opposite end this time around. Last time it was Indonesia to clutch out those 2 goals at the end. This time it's India to answer back. I love it how it went in throughout, right? Yes, it looked like there were certain moments for Indonesia, but Indians looked like in the full control of the game. They were making sure to constantly go for the attacks. They were setting it up for each other. You could see the layering behind those attacks too. One feint into the second one finishing off. I was loving what they were showcasing us.
The dribbles were perfect. The execution was perfect. And then the central passing of the ball was even better. And then ABS Crazy to strike it home.
Yeah.
The last line of defense from Vav, from Carmine, it was just beautiful. Everyone doing their part, everyone knowing what to do. And the way we scored that opener goal in that 33rd or rather second, something like that, in the last 1 minute, if I'm not wrong. From that area, you generally don't see the goal coming in. And it was not a clearance. It was a vision that there is nobody close to the goal. So let's take an attempt. And with that being said, 28 points are secured already.
Ooh.
And I think the result from the Indonesian match is yet to be updated in here. So that is something that I'm not confirmed with. Or maybe I think this is confirmed. There are 15 matches since the last match is against New Zealand.
They've got 2 games remaining, with one with Bangladesh and the second one with Australia. So if Bangladesh is actually able to get a win in that game, then only will India get a chance to propel themselves back up, right? Because, yeah, let's be honest, Australia is going on a 13-win streak. It's going to probably turn into the 16-win streak as well with the way how they've been performing, unless Indonesia have got something else to say to them. But that's all going to happen after a while, ladies and gentlemen, because India will have their own game to focus on, and that is going to be up against New Zealand. We'll see what happens in that one after this break. Don't go anywhere. back again, ladies and gentlemen, with this very last game of the evening. India taking on New Zealand off the group stage. We are already qualified in top 4, but the only thing that matters is if we can try and clutch up that third spot after winning this one, and also hoping that Bangladesh and Australia win their game against Indonesia, which is a pretty difficult ask if you'd ask me, but same goes for New Zealand right now, Spartans. It's pretty difficult for them to win out this game as well with the form India is looking in.
Well, that is indeed true, but at this point, all these games' results does not matter much to either of these nations. So New Zealand knows their fate. They must have a look at the overall standings before this match, and they know, yep, this is India's last game for the group stages before they head on to the playoffs while they head back home. So that has been the storyline. But overall, this will be a YOLO game from both the sides, and I just want to see some crazy goal performances from both the ends rather than a defensive masterclass.
The main thing and the main point of action out here is going to be how well can New Zealand defense defend against the Indian attacks. Because we've seen how well India has been playing in those previous few games as well. Apart from Hong Kong, yes, which eventually ended in a 1-1. You could rarely see that Indians were the ones who were mostly in control of the game, specifically in the second one too. We know that we play even better in those second games, but man, with the way how the boys have been controlling the ball around the base, the way how they've been going in for those defensive clears, it's been immaculate.
That is true. All those areas, the last line of defense, it has been working just flawlessly well. But now, if you look at this game as well, it is 2 minutes into the game and this is a result which I didn't expect, to be honest. Like, this game will so much of a defensive structure, especially when it comes to how we are performing in terms of attack today. But New Zealand, they are doing a good job in keeping us out of their net.
As of now, yeah, because we haven't really had a proper chance to shoot the ball in, right? It's constantly been us trying to put that one ball inside instead of setting it up for our teammates. It's like one player who's constantly trying to make those plays. Now, that's one of the big things. If once we start doing those setups, that's when the problems will begin for New Zealand. But it's absolutely fine. We're just taking it smooth, steady and slow right now. A good control onto the ball though, but not a lot of boost in the hands of Carvin, so he'll eventually have to move all the way back. But now this could be a good chance for New Zealand to try and actually move themselves back in this game, maybe. Take a bit more momentum off from India.
Well, could be a possibility, but finally Max scored. And when we were talking about the momentum and stuff, just look at this attempt. A demolition occurred on the sideline and then Max, a quick turn of event from the sideline with the booster on. The speed that he managed to generate, he gets the opening score 1-0 in the favor of the Kiwis. And now we are trying to just turn the tides around as well. And in the meanwhile, another demolition coming in the way. So a lot more demolitions in the mix today. Something that we are not usual of seeing. But as things stands, it's New Zealand who have the lead.
For a little while, I'd have to say, I'm pretty sure India will eventually answer back with the amount of attacks they've constantly got in. And on the back of it, New Zealand will probably succumb to the pressure. But for now, they've been holding on pretty well, which you've rightly mentioned as well. And the ball has not really moved all the way back towards the orange side. So you could say that's a pretty decent sign coming in for the Kiwis up on the other end. Out in the open, there could be a chance. Max almost had a chance to set that back in. Hold on a second. The other kind almost tried to put that one in as well, but it would work out here, keeping that one away. But the attack is still not over. It's still not fizzled out.
Just constantly, I would say, into the mix when they're trying to score. But now, I just want to see some good attempts from our side, and we have it. As I was talking about, Carvin, he takes the ball and dribbles all by himself from this touch to just running it ahead. No more to be done. Straight basic control of the ball, and New Zealand with a defensive error at the back line. The score lines have been leveled up.
Just making sure that there's not a lot of pressure out here in the very last minute of the game itself on the boys. Lovely approach from Carvin. And I like the fact as well that there was one Indian player ahead of him who just moved the vehicle aside. It was like, it's all open, man. Go for the shot. It's all yours. And the perfect timing for that boosted shot too. If it was half a second late, then that would have been stopped in midway. So I really like the timing on the back of it and on. front side of this entire attacking front now. India really wants to try and take the lead away.
30 seconds, and all we can hope is just get the control of the ball. AB is crazy, has to steal it away, clears it out on the sideline, have a bounce. Carvin driving it ahead, could be a possibility for a assist. Nah, has been cleared off. Now Vav has to redo all the things which are done in the last 10 seconds. Another overtime might be on the way, but this ball might fall inside almost of the framework. ABS crazy, lunging it. The ball, last touch, could be gone inside, and with the final clock ticking in. ABS crazy finally takes a shot, another goal. And this was the last ditch seconds. But this time around, our striker takes the ball 2-1 in the game number 1 for India. And despite the fact that we were trailing to begin things off, at the end we are able to pull out a turn.
A big one as well, because yes, at the very last second it was Abs crazy finally pulling it off. I like the idea as well. He had that boost left for the last few seconds and used it to perfection. You could sense that another goal was actually coming in as well pretty soon though. Few chances that New Zealand were also able to create. I like that, because there was, let's just say, a moment when I thought maybe they could have scored that second goal, and maybe we might have seen things a bit more close in this one, but it's absolutely fine. Pretty solid approach coming in for both of these teams. The thing that I really loved the fact was that it was a back and forth between both of them.
Yeah, it's not like one nation was able to dominate the other, but overall a game where both the nations were playing pretty competitively.
Yeah.
Despite the fact the results are like something which no one needs to worry about at this point, but New Zealand played their hearts out, were in a good control, but then Carmine, he had a good shot, a solo dribble, and at the end, AB is crazy. And that guy just turned the tide. Like, Abs crazy was something you don't expect out of a blue shot coming into the way, especially with the clock ticking down and the last ball is out. Scoring that makes a big difference.
He's been firing some nice shots from multiple tight angles as well, which are difficult to put in, but
Yes.
as you said, I'm absolutely loving it. And with the way how Vav and Carvin have been setting things up for him, be it in terms of demolitions on the other side, or be it in terms of just passing the ball to him, putting it in a place, or being the decoy for Abs to score the goal, those have been some key moves with which he has been constantly finding that success. So I'm loving the way how we are playing right now. All we need to do is just keep it up for the last game too, so that we get those 3 points from this one matchup. New Zealand, again, let's just say they almost had the chance, but after the previous few games, yes, it seems like it fizzled out after India had that draw against Hong Kong and also won the game against Indonesia.
And that victory was humongous, to be honest. Like, nobody expected that type of result in our favor, and keeping in mind that we dropped point against Hong Kong, so all in all that was a good comeback. But even with those results kept aside, New Zealand by themselves are not able to perform the way they have to for the qualification, because even at this stage when you have barely matches remaining on your hand, they are not able to touch that 20 points marker yet, while all the other teams, they are above 25. So that is something we need to consider, that New Zealand, even their matches were not strong enough against different regions. They were managing draws and majority of the game were losses. So all in all, even with those results, India were a better side since yesterday, and we have proved it yet again.
It's like 31 points that is eventually going to get into that cutoff, right? And I think so that's the main part about it. No other team even being able to cross the 20-point marker yet,
Yes.
while the top 4 are almost at that 30-point itself. So that's something that says numbers. It speaks volumes in terms of how well the competition is. There's a big gap even in the first and the second placing team right now. Malaysia with 15 games played have got what, 37 points, while Australia with one less game played, that is only 14, they are at 40 freaking 2. So
Man, that
clearly,
team.
they're a different league. At this point,
Yes.
I know they are qualifying for the Riyadh.
For sure, man. There is no doubt in that regard, because being undefeated is such a big feat, I would say. Since this is a double round robin format, you have to play 16 matches, and 16 matches undefeated, and one match has 2 legs as well, 2 games, so 32 games. Man, that team is crazy, to be honest.
It's been absolutely insane. for them. So yeah, in 28, they've built up a goal differential of 142 as well. So it's just mind-blowing right there, right in. But on the other side of the spectrum as well, I'm not going to take anything away from our boys too. They've been playing like a different breed themselves. In those 14 games that they've played, they also have scored around 144 goals in the top 3 goal-scoring teams till now. So you know that regardless of what happens, India has got that potential to constantly score those goals, to keep on getting those points up. And that's something that we need to keep in mind, that we are aggressive. We just need to keep that aggression.
Yeah, we need those goals coming. We need those score lines, and I think almost there. I think as I was talking, I thought that ball will just fly in the back of the net. But the New Zealanders are not just leaving the net wide open unlike last time. But now, Abs Crazy has a touchdown, trying to set the ball. Vav trying to dribble it away. Clearance. Bougie. Almost there. But now Abs Crazy, another attempt has been blocked off. Marks trying to dribble it away, and New Zealand, right now all they are doing is just defend, defend, defend.
I mean, that's the last line of clearance, right? The other kind, Bogey, both of these players, they've been making sure that the ball does not go in the back of the net, while on the other side, the attacking front, that's where the third player hops into the play as well. He's not really able to land in that shot. Bogey trying to set it up one more time for his teammate, but lovely steal coming in at the very last second though. The other kind will be able to bring it back. The ball did not really go in, but maybe this one will. A lovely stop from Mags. Answering back on the other side, and now it's India who almost conceded one. Bogey with that shot, but it touched the edge of the goal and moved away. Not really moving inside.
Man, the last bit of defense from both the teams looks like it would be a goal, but then at the end, it does not go in. But now, overall, with a strike, 2 minutes 40 seconds, we have the lead, but I'm not sure what to make of this match. The defense from both the sides is so strong that even a single goal takes centuries to occur.
It's been big, man. That's the only thing I have to
another
say. What a shot from Abs. Indeed a crazy one. A bit of a dribble up in the air, and then he just let it through. Even though there was a defense on that, he was falling up behind the ball just to make sure it's falling in. Fantastic approach. You said you can't make up anything of this match considering it was only one goal in 2 minutes 20 seconds of the game. In the next 15 seconds, we've scored one more now.
This is something like crazy, to be honest. The entirety of the first half of the game, you are not able to score anything, and now somehow you miss that. Oh, wow. Vav is just wow at this point, I guess.
He just cleared it at the last second, man. That was impeccable.
And it goes in on the other end.
But guess what? It went in on the other end. Rightly said. Avs just lobbed it in. And then it struck the defender himself after the frame. Bogey is going to smack his keyboard.
Oh, this is unfortunate dilemma from the Kiwis side. They don't know what to do from here. They are trying everything possible, but then one mistake at the other end, and then the course of the match completely changes. So all in all, they defended really well in the first seconds. Now they get one back, and that is something needs to be considered. But the strike is like crazy, to be honest. The touchdown, but still, the result, it was completely tied up in the initial 150 seconds. 2 minutes 30 seconds, no score whatsoever. And then in the next 1 minute, we have seen 4 goals.
That is exactly what happens once the confidence, or let's just say the concentration, is lost on one side, but it remains solid on the other end. And you could see the sequences have been back and forth. It's just the fact that India found the first opener. That could have been New Zealand as well, with the way how that sequence went. And right now, nice attempt onto setting one of a man up for that one. But it's still going in back and forth out here. Right now, it's Abs who answers back again. And in the chaos, you find the set. Carvin just nudging it up for Abs. What a sequence from India. Lovely passing coming in. And this one, doesn't look close at all. If anything, this is far-fetched dominant from one side.
Yeah. And the way it started, it didn't look like this was the result that we will be able to pull off. But 4-1, pretty much comfortable. Can we get... I just saved up. Not 4-2 this time around. Bob is just standing on the line. A perfect goalkeeper at that point. Holding it on. And now, with last minute to be played, Abyss Crazy will dribble it all by himself yet again. Another solo goal. No issues whatsoever. He steals the ball and then just driving like a maniac. 5th one. Complete control for the eTigers.
Nice flip at the end as well to balance out the car to make sure he gets the perfect shot in. It's not disbalanced at all. Phenomenal play. And on the back of it now, as you rightly mentioned, it is just fully falling in on the Indian note out here. Nice defense from Mags. Able to steal that one away, though on the other end is still Carvin standing up. Almost wanted to nudge that one back in as well. I'm liking the idea of India out here, right? Constantly go in for the first attack, wait for the clearance and get yourself in position where the ball will land and then just nudge it back in a little bit. It's been working out phenomenally well for them.
Yeah. That touchdown to the centralized R, then someone just striking it home. The basic defaults has been working phenomenally. Okay, just look at this. As we were talking about the play, it is very much similar to what we were discussing. Just take the ball, rebound it high up in the air, and then the central guy will just boost it in the back of the net. 6 seconds remains while India lead the scoreline 6-1. A perfect, flawless attack from our end. There is nothing the Kiwis could do. Although, it was a scoreline which was marginal apart in the first half of the game.
Yeah.
But the next half, it's completely different.
Been absolutely dominant from India, and we've been telling this storyline every single time. India plays like their own game in the second leg every single time. And now the boys are just having fun from both the ends. They're just making sure that this continues on. But finally, it's going to be led through. India will win out this one game as well pretty comfortably. 6-1 against New Zealand. And man, this was actually on the New Zealand server, man. Their pings were good actually. It was India who was playing over 100 ping.
The difference is pretty crazy from yesterday. From having close net battles to domination, despite the fact a ping was way different than our opponents. Like 40 to 140, like 100 ms differentiation of the pings. That is something which Australians were able to pull off, and we are on the same note now. And this thing gives me joy when I talk about this. Yesterday, it was a crazy performance, but the battles were so close that we were not sure what will happen today, and each match today will be considered a knockout phase. But then, the way we performed against Bangladesh, against Australia, then against Indonesia especially, crazy performance from the eTigers, crazy performance from the boys, and making sure that we don't only qualify to the top 4 by just dragging ourselves up, but actually racing against the mighty nation from, or maybe Australians and Indonesians.
The adventure beyond the horizon has been pretty shaky, but it's still been pretty solid. The ship's been holding firm out here, ladies and gentlemen, as India ventures into the lands of Rocket League for the very first time out here, rightly entering the top 4 itself, only chasing down against the mighty Australians, Malaysians and Indonesians. We are that too very close to them that we can win those games as well. But all of that action, we will catch all of that tomorrow in the knockout stages as India qualifies for the FIFAe regional qualifiers featuring Rocket League. Into the knockout stages we go. We just need to win one more match, Shubhang, to qualify for the global stage. And that Cinderella story, that fairy tale run could continue. We showed our class today. We showed humongous improvement today. But will all of that happen tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen? You've got to tune into the same channel to find all of that out. That's going to be it from me, Sahishnu, today. Alongside me, we had Shubhang. Nice games up in front of us, but even better waiting on the other end. So make sure you stay tuned. Join us tomorrow. Till then, have a good night.